Hello, 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 everyone. I want to welcome everybody on today. We're going to have a good space. Guys, we're going to just ask a simple question. Do we stand down to political bullies or do the people have the power? Guys, we are dealing with some amazing things in the nation. We are looking at using our rights. We're looking at how we stand. We are looking at things that we not have not looked at before just because we're kind of forced to stand and deal with things that have been left messed up and destroyed in our history. There's a lot of people who have gotten into politics. They don't understand what it is about to run for office for the people. They literally just understand that they have policies that they want to fight over, and they believe that that is the purpose of their position. As a matter of fact, it was so amazing to see. I had a discussion back and forth in writing with a gentleman named Travis for NH on Twitter, and he wanted to tell me about his vote record. I asked him what did he do for the people, and he just posted his vote record as proof of how good he is. Now, the strange thing is, and I'm trying to give people out some mics, and it's not allowing me to give out mics. Are you guys hearing me well? Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me well. Can you guys hear me well? Are you guys hearing me at all? Let me see. You can hear me. Okay, it's a little delay. Let me make sure. Okay, just let somebody get a mic. So Twitter is going really slow today. Um, if I gave you a mic, please try to speak up. Even if you're at work, you could just open up the mic and just kind of let it just go. I think I hear Betty.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, hey, how you living?
I'm living good, praise God.
Amen. All right, so we can hear there's a little delay, so I just want everybody to know that. Everybody, please share the space. It's going to be a good one. We're going to do two spaces if the Lord should let us live today. But guys, we do have this issue where bad government actors believe that it is just their purpose to vote a certain way. Some government officials believe that it is their job to just raise money for the party. Um, what I want you guys to think about, it would be similar to um, somebody getting into office, right? And no, no, no. Let's take a business, right? It would be similar to you having a business and your employee telling you that he or she cannot do the work that is necessary at the business because he has to spend time raising money for the bakery down the street, right? See, there's a such thing of political parties, which is fine, right? There's a such thing of political parties, but the contract called the Constitution tells how you protect the rights and the property of the people. What I'm not understanding is how people are spending their life trying to figure out how to raise money for the party, but they're not taking the time to learn how to protect the rights of the people. In other words, we have government officials who are going out in the open telling people that the constitutions are not trust agreements, even though scholars and our forefathers 100% said it was. They're telling people that they don't have to listen to the people. And this is how stupid it is. And this is a good one. They literally say things like this. They say, look, I can't vote for what you want when somebody else might want something opposite of you. And I think that is a great mistake and a great deception that has been played on people in America. See, there's two parts of a state, right? A state is a political association. There is a part of the state where the government, servants of the state, because the state is the people, not the government. Part of the state is that it is that part that deals with how the government protects the rights and property of the people as its job, right? So one part of their job is to protect the rights and property of the people, the liberty of the people, right? Now, when we understand this, that has nothing to do with politics, right? Politics, and I had a really good urban studies professor at Wayne State University who told me, David, you're going to go very far. You're a brilliant man, he said in so many words. His name was Professor Soursoff. I love that dude. And Professor Soursoff told me, and he was a very wise man, he said, David, politics is simply the distribution of goods and services in a political body. Now, people who are not that wise when it comes to understanding about politics, they believe that politics and rights and common law are the same. So when you see Biden fighting over protecting the border, right, the right of the people to be free and safe, what happens is that you'll see where they'll say, well, look, Biden doesn't want to keep the state or the nation safe, and that's part of his policy. No, 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 no. See, the policy you make has nothing to do with the rights of the people. You can never make a policy that would infringe on the rights, the power, the safety, and the common good of the people. Common law deals with the principles that deal with how government protects the rights and the property of the people. Well, your forefathers, when they created America, didn't want people to invade them. So they created a more perfect union to protect against invasion. And that ended up in Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution. So understanding that, there is a difference between policy and the protection of rights. You don't get to throw away your duty to protect rights in the name of policy, right? So when a new administration comes in, you don't get to create your own policy that infringes on rights. See, if you say we're going to take kids, we're going to take cars, we're going to take dogs, we're going to take houses, we're going to take grandmas, we're going to shut down the state, you have went against the fundamental law and you're trying to call it policy. See, this is what has to be removed from our nation. Now, I understand that we have a lot of people who are going to come with fake troll accounts for Mr. Travis. And I'm going to be fair and say this. If you want to come and talk about real people's business, because we're talking about how to save the nation, we're talking about how to deal with law and protection of the people's rights, the people's political power, and this idea of policies. If you want to come talk, I'll give you a mic. I just ask that you agree to show an ID with your name and face and put a picture on your profile. And if you will do that, then I'm happy to let you talk. Because we, the people, are coming here as real people. We're not using troll accounts. So if you have not dealt with the people, you have not helped the people to move forward and learn the law and stand, then I'm going to just ask that you peacefully come with a face, a name, and I will give you the floor so you can talk and you can school us. But what I will not do is play a game with people who don't help us learn, who don't help us grow, who don't help teach us. And here's why this is important. See, guys, in America, our forefathers didn't play this game of people being in office who didn't give a freak about the country, right? You don't see our forefathers saying, look, we got to raise money for the party and focus on our policies and we're going to ignore the rights of the people. No. See, back in the day, it was an honor to be able to be in office. See, like my brother Jaron up there. See, a lot of my friends, like Chris over in New Hampshire, like Jaron, they gave up their life to serve in the military, not because they wanted a powerful position to look cool and say, hey, I'm greater than you. They didn't want to say, I'm going into the military so I can make you look like a second-class citizen. And if you're not in the military, you're not like us. They put their life on the line to serve. To serve. They put their life on the line to serve. And the reason they get so much honor when people see them on the street is because the people know that they put up their life for the country. They signed a death warrant saying, I will do whatever it takes to protect my country. That's why a lot of young men went into the military. Now, for some reason, it's been separated. See, the oath that Jaron and Chris gave and Andy Noyes gave, the oath that they gave is looked at as different as the oath that the legislators give. I don't know why it's been a separation. Like, hey, you can swear an oath as a legislator, but it's okay to lie to the people. See, Chris and Jaron didn't get the right to lie to the people. They literally took their life, put a freaking bow on it, gave it away as a gift to the people, and had to go suffer and train and go through pain in order to serve the people. Jaron's crazy anus got blown up 3 times and still wanted to protect the people. He didn't say, well, check my vote record and see if I'm good because the way I voted. No, he put his behind in the grass. He had to walk through the desert in 120-degree heat. He had to have bullets flying at him. Why? For that oath. The oath was so important. It didn't matter if he got dehydrated. It didn't matter if he couldn't take showers for days. It didn't matter if his feet hurt. It didn't matter if he was sad, heartbroken, missing his family. It didn't matter because he swore an oath. See, that's why the strong military people in America get love. That's why the strong military people in America shouldn't be left hanging by themselves and not be able to get financial benefits and health benefits and the such. This is why we shouldn't have military people killing themselves over not being taken care of, because they gave everything already. Why? Because the oath and the love of country. Love of the country. See, now we got Chris. We got Jaron going around now still fighting for the country without guns, without bullets, without sleep. They don't get to take a break. They take the information, they go teach people, they build people up. They build up people in their state. They're calling legislators. They're taking care of people. They're teaching the things that the schools wouldn't teach in personam jurisdiction. And Jaron, who both signed on the dotted line to die. I don't understand how they could take their oath so seriously. And then we get legislative body members who say we think that oath and that contract that we swore to keep, we could just decide if we're going to do it or not, and then every 4 years, 2 years, you can vote us out if you think that we're not right. We'll do whatever we want to do when we're in here. We'll ignore you. We'll ignore your rights. See, Jaron and in person of jurisdiction went to war. Went to the military, signed up for war to protect rights. We got people in the comfort of our own country who are laughing at the rights of the people. Somebody help me understand how the value of what you swore to changes when you're in the country and when you're out of the country. See, you know it got to be on purpose if people will teach you that your words mean nothing in the country, but then when you're sending people to die, it means a whole lot. If that's not programming on purpose, you got to be crazy. You got to be crazy. So, guys, we got to ask, should we be standing up to political bullies because we have all the political power? Or should we continue to let people tear our states apart because they don't have a basic understanding of what the freak the law says? Now, Whipping Boy, would you like to put your name up? I see you still posting. I see you came up to the top. I'll give you a mic. Can you give a name to us and show a face? And then I love you enough that you could come talk, right? The thing for me is I deal with real people. I put my life on the line. Other people put their life on the line, right? Whipping Boy, come on in, put up a face, tell us who you are, and let's talk about what you want to talk about. And the thing is, if Travis for NH is so weak that he won't come over here and talk, but he can post all day and he has to send other people, that's fine. But just tell us who you are so we can put a name and a face to who it is that is going to say what they're going to say when it comes to our business. Go
Hey,
ahead,
Dave.
man. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
I just want to point out real quick that if people say, "Well, I don't want to be doxxed," or "I'm going to lose my job," or if my identity is known or my face is known, bad things can happen to me. First, I respect that, and that's fine. Second, consider the fact that if you hide, you are actually part of the problem. And all of us who are using our real names, our real faces, and we are directly going against bad and corruption in government. Don't you think we haven't also counted that cost? So if you think that well, I don't want to be doxxed, or I'm going to lose my job, or people are going to come after me, or they're going to take my kids, or they're going to do whatever, don't you think we also haven't considered that? And I'll say one last thing, I'll shut up. Doesn't that underline the fact and the substance of what Dave and his students say? If we're willing to come in public with our voice, with our name, with our face, and say this stuff directly to people in government, what's that say about the people who are like, well, I don't want to be doxxed? So let's just consider that. So if someone says, well, I don't want to be doxxed, okay, that's fine. That's your right. But just understand, you're sniping from behind cover when the rest of us are out here in the open drawing the controversy. I would rather you just shut up and say thank you rather than continue to bite at the ankles and distract from what's actually true.
Yep, that's real. That's real. We're going to pray real quick and we're going to get into this smoke. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the beautiful people here. We ask that you bless them, bless their homes, bless the work they do, bless them in their safety and security. Help them to be able to follow you, Father. Help them to be able to shape this nation in a good way and to restore things back to good. Father, help us to have discernment and be able to realize when people will not bring us the truth, have not brought us the truth, but continue to play a game to keep us distracted with foolishness rather than looking at what is real and what the requirements are to be a servant in this nation. Father, we thank you for being good to us. We thank you for your love and mercy. We just ask you to continue to bless us and help us, Father, and guide us. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, guys. So, as I said, so we got some political bullies. I want to deal with the chair in Gladwin County, I believe it is, Michigan. I think her name is Mary. I think Grim Reaper knows who she is if he's still here. I know Brian does in Michigan. And then we want to deal with Travis NH over in New Hampshire, the legislative body member who seems to use a ton. And I'm going to show y'all this just so y'all get an idea what I'm talking about. I'm going to post some of the accounts, guys, and you're going to be able to see this little trick that is played by clowns who are in politics. Wendy Rogers had this same problem. If you look at a lot of her posts, she started talking about astroturfers, and then you start seeing these fake accounts without any real content. They usually look the same. A lot of times they'll have cartoon avatars and the such. They come out and they start to talk and attack as if they've done anything special. And I want you guys to notice that if you look at these accounts, they pretty much all look the same. They might have a couple of followers, they might have a decent amount, but they're what's called astroturfer accounts. They're usually paid accounts that will support somebody, and people will pay. So when you look at our people, you'll see that there's people who can actually come have a discussion about the law, really have an understanding of what they're saying, challenge people, um, challenge people and bring fire, right? Now, uh, it's funny, this whipping boy guy, he looks like one of them. I'll take a picture of his profile. And he says you're part of the internet bully squad. Uh, and it says, but the United States is a corporate dictatorship, right? So a lot of funny stuff, but when you ask for people to come in and talk, you'll find, guys, that they don't have a lot to say with intellect, but they want to take charge. And here's the thing, guys. See, the Bible tells even elders in the church to rule not like masters, but to rule as servants, right? So we see, like I explained with Jaron, like I explained with In Personam Jurisdiction, they were military guys, but they actually went and served, put their life on the line, were willing to die for what they believe. Like Chris, his son Andy, went into the military, served, put his life on the line, right? Uh, this is something, guys, that we have known in the past as honorable, right? So uh, notice that a servant should be serving, right? Not ruling, not a dictator. Now, when we get these government officials, guys, who come in and they tell us what they do for the nation because they believe in America First policies, we got to slow down, guys, and start breaking down what the freak are you talking about when you say America First policy? What does that mean? Right? Because here's the thing, guys, in America, we have government officials who have not studied the Constitution. We have government officials who have not studied the constitutions. And if the government, wait, let me just ask y'all, do y'all believe, and we'll talk about this later even more, and I need some audience participation for this, job. Do y'all believe that the government officials should know what their contract of employment even says? Do y'all think it's fair for us to ask them to know what the state constitution says, to talk about it, to think about it when they're passing bills? Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think that it's fair for us to ask them to read bills to make sure it don't say stuff about ruling over us or attacking our power, right? Let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all believe that the people should have been allowed to go outside and hang out with their families during the time of the lockdowns? Okay. How many of y'all believe that businesses should have had the choice to stay open and be able to make a living, and people come if they wanted to and people not come if they don't want to. Okay, so let me ask, how many, hey, Whipping Boy, I'm trying to give you a mic. Just come on and show a face and name, and then I'll give you the mic. I don't understand why you so hesitant, or you want to stand far away and just call me a bully and all this stuff. I'm not fighting you. I don't even know you. I I don't even know if you're a real person. You could be a robot. You could be Mark Elias, or you could be P. Diddy. You could be Puff Daddy trying to come in here and say whatever you want to say. I don't know who you are. I'm not picking with you. But you could be Puff Daddy, and Meek Mills could be holding on to your pocket. I don't know. But um why are you upset with me, and I don't even know you? What see, we're having a discussion about big people stuff. I'm just asking, would you come in and tell who you are, and I'll give you the mic and humbly sit down before your feet and let you talk about what you want to talk about, as long as you don't get us too far off the mark of what we're discussing. If you want to come and you want to bring that smoke and that heat, I'm just asking you nicely to just give us a name and a picture of your face. Now, if you want to hide and you want to be an anonymous shot caller, you can do that. And here's what you do. I'll just tell you what you do. You go to your main page. There's a plus sign to the right, right? You just hit that. And then you go to the left. There's going to be a big microphone. It's going to say space. You just make a space, name it whatever you want to call it. You can make one that say David Jose is a bully. And then, because you've been teaching all the people and building the people up and helping them, you're going to probably get 10,000 people to come to your space like Mario, right? And then when the 10,000 people come, just tell them Dave is a jerk and a clown and all this stuff. Make sure you tell them we don't know each other. I've never seen you, but just say everything you want to say and make sure you record it. And then that's how you can get out whatever message you want to get out. And it's super easy, I promise, right? Take you about 2 minutes. So make the space and say what you want to say, or you can just, you know, put up some information to show who the freak you are, put a picture there, right? Put a face there, and then we can have a discussion. It's that easy. But see, guys, this Travis for NH gentleman, I seen where, and he's a legislator in New Hampshire. He came out and he was saying stuff about how what we were saying was wrong, how the constitutions are not trust. Then when we show it is, he wanted to try to shift everything. Then, he tried to say, David Jose, you have accomplished nothing. Now, I want y'all to understand what's really funny. Have y'all noticed how many government officials or CPS workers or CPS attorneys across the country can say that what David Jose says is not true, is fake, it don't work? Now, here's what's crazy. Guys, the very fact that you could take an ignorant chocolate brother named David Jose and government officials and CPS officials across the country know me by name, doesn't that kind of tell you something? If you're doing your work as a CPS worker, what time do you have to know about a nobody all the way across the nation at the same time as other people all the way across the nation? If what I say is fuck, look, if you ask me, what's P. Diddy's boyfriend name? I'm going to say, I don't know, right? How would I know P. Diddy's boyfriend unless I'm investigating? Right? How would I know what happens behind P. Diddy's closed doors if I'm not trying to go seek out information because it's important to me? Right? So you got to stop and ask the question, guys. How come when you ask a legislator in New Hampshire who David Jose is, or a CPS worker in another state, hey, Whipping Boy, I've told you I'll let you come live. Can you just put up a name and tell us who you are and change your face, and I'll let you come on right away? It takes minutes, my friend. You could cover your license up and just put your name, cover your hand over your license, just show your name, what state you're from, and just put a picture up real quick, and I will give you a mic. It's crazy though, y'all. When somebody, let's see, it's crazy, when you see how eager people are to come interfere in your platform, but don't want to show who they are. Why is that? Is it because they don't have a platform because they've done nothing? See, that's something to think about, guys. See, if we were all fighting and telling the truth, each one of us who fight and tell the truth can open up our mic, start up a space right now and start talking, and people would hear it because we've taken part in getting things done. See, if Summer wanted to say Dave is a bad guy right now, she could open up her mic right now and say Dave is a bad guy, and a lot of people would hear it. Right? If Diamandre was mad at me, and he don't even talk much, if he opens up a space and start talking, people gonna listen because Diamandre has put in work for the people and he's known as a freaking fighter. If Benji opens up a space and start ripping me a new one, people gonna hear it and know why, because Benji been fighting for the people. He's only 25. If Riley opens up a space and start talking some heavy heat, people gonna listen. It's probably gonna go super viral too. Why? Because Riley been out there busting heads. If Denise opens up a space and start dropping some fire, you best believe people gonna listen. Why? Because Denise already been fighting. If Nick D open up a space, it's gonna be the same. So how come these people who working with Travis can't open up a space and get people to listen? Why do they have to come all the way over to my platform where they know people gonna be? And it's funny. Why do they know people gonna be on my platform? See, if you notice the haters, they'll come to my platform to drop some, oh, we got an article about you, Dave. We're not going to tell everybody it's written by people who rape kids and there's proof of it. And if you show them, Dave, if you show us on video with other people who rape kids, we're going to just take down our video and act like it never happened. But they know to come to our platform to try to talk some junk. Why? Because they know where the real fighters are. They know where the real teachers are. See, that shows you that we're different. People know when they want to try to knock down what's really moving America, what's really getting us wins, they know to come to us. They can't go on their own platforms and get victory. Period. Because they never helped anybody. Right? Even some of the big names. Right? Let me let y'all see something that happened in recent history. Notice that this guy from Michigan came out and this Gladwin County jerk lady, I think her name is Moya or some Mary or something. Hey, Grim Reaper, do you know who that lady is from Michigan? The lady from Michigan, the chair for Gladwin County or whatever it is. You got a mic if you unmute. Grim Reaper. I don't know if you can hear me. Is Brian here from Michigan or Brian Cater? I don't know if he's here. I'm speaking in space, not giving me a hard time, multiple attempts. What? What are you talking about? Look, Whipping Boy, please put up a face real quick. Give us a name, show the top of your ID, and I'll let you come in and talk. If you want to bring that smoke, you can. Whatever you can do it. There's a couple of you guys that are coming from a single site on behalf of Travis who won't come, and you got a lot of funny accounts with a whole bunch of people with weird names, and they can't stand up as who they are. I'm allowing y'all to come over here and get some of that action in. If you just show who you are and stand on what you say like a boss. I believe you guys are bosses. I just believe that you should take it to the next level and show who you are when you come before the people of America, because we're dealing with issues of helping America be free. I don't know if any of y'all are having a history of helping America be free. Now, of course, a lot of my wins, some of them are in court. Some of them we win without having to go to court. Some of them just have cases dismissed when we put stuff in. And Travis wanted me to show my wins as court cases, but when he showed me his wins for the people, he didn't want to say court cases. He wanted to show me his voting record and count that. So the same requirements that he gives to me, he doesn't hold to himself, even though I got thousands of people who say I helped them win. So if we are going to be fair, show your face like I will. Let us know who you are. Come on in. I'll give you a mic. And I see a couple other y'all down there with funny names and stuff like that and no real face. If you want to come in, I will let you do it. And you can be a boss and you can make your claims that you want to say. You can show us how the people don't have all political power if you wish. But I ask that you just do that. And I will give you a mic 100%. I want to see you guys come and be able to drop some fire if you got it. But just, just show who you are and be real. See, it's a crazy thing that a lot of people on Twitter got hired as astroturfers to make a fake paradigm for the people so that the people believe that things in government are one way. Or like, for instance, there's attorneys who won't tell what their name are. If you go on Mario Spaces right now, you'll see attorneys who will block their face. They won't give you information about themselves, and then they'll try to tell us how the law works in our country. And most of the time is wrong. And I've went there and beat the brakes off of them with the real law. But they try to hide who they are. We're like, yeah, so just go ahead and tell us who you are. Let us see your face, where you work, whatever. No, I choose to be private for a reason. Yes. So if you want to be private for a reason, keep your private anus in your private realm. Don't come trying to tell the people of America how our nation works as a slimy crapball attorney that don't know what the freak you're talking about, right? This is what's real, guys. These people will try to change perception. They're change agents. They'll try to change perception or hold the people to a lie. See, we're going back as the people who we all commune with. We're going back to specific study of the real law as it is written. And we post it everywhere as it is written for people to see, for people to scrutinize. We got our name out there. We got our face out there many times. We got law that you can scrutinize where you can read it. But then we got people in politics who just say, that's not how it works. And they don't post a source. Or they'll write something from Wikipedia, and to hide the source, they'll just crop it out and not leave the name of the book. Y'all know that's how they do it. They'll crop that junk out like, yeah, right here it says that you could use case law to be a judge and write law. And then I'll say, okay, well, show me in any constitution where it said a judge can write law. And then they'll say, well, you're just arguing over words. No, I'm arguing over what the freak the law said, right? And we can all go to it and look at it if we want to. But it's crazy to me when people don't want to do it. So I'm offering for anybody from Travis NH's crew, all the people in the whatever libertarian group he go roll with y'all, come on up, show your face, show a license or something, cover up your address information. We don't want to dox you. We just want to know your name and what state. Show your face, let us hear your voice, and start talking that junk that you want to talk. You're ignoring the fact that the foundation is exactly where we're going to cling to. I don't know what you're talking about a foundation whipping, boy. It seems like you're talking about things in there. Okay, do this. Tell Travis NH to brief you and not just send you to talk crap, because in the real world, that's not how it works. So tell him to brief you on what we're dealing with so that when you say something, you speak with education and understand. I don't want to say education. Speak with knowledge and wisdom so we understand what the freak you're talking about, please. And we would be happy to have you come school us and break off a little bit of some act right in us, if you can do it. But guys, I want you to realize this. The politicians don't know the difference between common law, which is the body of principles that deals with our rights and how government is going to protect our rights and property and the such. And when we look at the other term, politics is just, and I was telling you about Professor Soursop. So Professor Soursop said, politics is simply the distribution of goods and services. And he was brilliant. He let me know way back then in Wayne State University, where I graduated from. He said, David, the people who are corrupt in politics control politics by telling people not to discuss it. But then they make sure that they get access to all the goods and services. So when you think about services, like who's going to build the roads, who's going to take out the trash, who's going to um, get power over electricity and water and the such. See, a lot of bad actors in government are selling out and allowing for entities to take control of the resources of the people. And who deals with the resources of the people is really the politics, the policy, right? See, if we give waste management all the contracts for trash, we're allowing for them to grow and giving them favor over other entities, right? But there is nothing inside of policy that allows us to say we can have a policy that allows CPS to take kids from parents without right, or we can make a policy that allows for a family court to give people big child support orders in order to see their kids and give one parent very little time. We can't do that. If we say, well, it's the policy that if somebody's going, 15 mile per hour over, they didn't harm anybody and they're just traveling down the freeway, just like a cop would if he was going somewhere, he would go 15 mile per hour over sometimes. Yeah, that policy is we're going to just take their car without a jury. See, that's what you cannot do. So let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can see that there's a difference between the fundamental law of the state, where the government swears to protect your rights and property, and policy, right? Can y'all see where there's a difference between the two? Give me a thumbs up. It's going to be a little delay. It's going to take me about 10 seconds. Okay. So, guys, what's happening here is government officials have not learned the fundamental law. So I'm going to ask you guys, if you have not, let's see, that weirdo started talking long and trolling the ID cop. What? Sorry, guys. This guy is, he's struggling right now. You're just proving my point. You're no different than people you're trying to replace. Okay. Can you just come live?
Some of those responses almost seem like AI generated stuff.
Yeah, it seems like they're all AI. Like, it's not smart enough to understand what's really happening. And I think it could be AI generated, and then when they finally get on a space, they can have somebody take over. But you can tell. And I asked Travis about this, and he went quiet for a while yesterday. I said, "Hey, Travis, are you having on every post that you make? Are you having bot accounts or AstroTurfer accounts like your stuff every single time? Because if you go look, nobody is a constituent from New Hampshire, really. Maybe one or two people." But he doesn't have regular people who can come have an intelligent conversation from his state. You'll see it'll be a bot account from Texas, one from New Mexico, one from the UK, right?
And he had to call in he had a phone in a friend from Minnesota too.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, the Maynard guy or something like that.
Yeah, he
and
was
that's the
a
funny
city
part.
council member. He had to phone a friend from Minnesota in order to make it look like he actually had friends. Because
Yep.
you're right. I noticed some of those people that were liking his posts and amplifying what he was saying had nothing to do with New Hampshire at all.
Amen. See, it's super deep, guys. See, you guys are taking over Twitter, and you're taking over Twitter by just using knowledge and wisdom. You guys aren't mean guys. You aren't evil guys. I see you guys will take people to task. Um, you take people to task for lying, right? If somebody starts getting aggressive or lying, a lot of times y'all bust their behind. But usually you guys are calm, chill. You bring forth truth. You bring forth law. And then what happens is people try to tell you what you see, you don't see. And that's what used to happen before America was founded. When our forefathers would start teaching people their rights and talking about it, you had bad government actors or agents of England or soft people who lived in the midst of everybody else who didn't like the oppression, but they were loyal to the king. So what they would do is when somebody hears that you were telling people that the king is bad and you don't have to follow their stuff and their officers, they would go behind your back and say, no, that person is a liar, that person is a fake, or they would just write little pamphlets and leaflets and drop it off to everybody in disguise or not showing themselves at all. Same thing, right? So go ahead, Clint.
Yeah, I'm glad you went backwards in time, because a lot of people don't understand that even during the split from England, there were a lot of people just like, well, I'm not saying he is, but he probably is, just like the Travises and the Tron helmet head guys that want to, and I like Jaron's word when he says snipe from behind, that are constantly dragging the people down, and they do not want them to see freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were people here in the country that were loyal to the king the whole time, 100%. But when it came to the people talking about their freedoms and talking about their rights and saying, hey, we should do this, we should probably just secede, we should do the Declaration of Independence, when they got smacked upside the head with what the actual law says in the common law in the Bible, those people that were loyal to the king, they shut up. And that's what's happening. They aren't talking because they have nothing to stand on.
Yep.
So they're just going to be quiet. So everybody in the space, you have to realize that you have, I don't want to come off sounding grim, but you have friends and neighbors that do not want people to be free, but they'll just shut up. I'm seeing this. So I'm telling people locally what I'm doing. Business leaders, people in prominent positions, that where if they would just speak the way everybody in here speaks, the paradigm would flip immediately, locally, county-wise, state-wise. And these people have hundreds, if not thousands, of employees. But when sometimes you say this to these people and you say, hey, what would you say about taking a stance? Would you put this out? Would you say this? And these folks say, I don't want nothing to do with that. That's not me. I'm not talking about that. I don't want anything to do with that. That's what some of these folks that don't want to come live are doing. They don't want you to be free. They don't want you to have the truth. They're scared.
Oh, man, you just dropped something heavy. Go ahead, keep going.
No, go ahead, man. Just go ahead.
I want y'all to see something so there's people who won't come live. Like, remember that Scott McMahon, the guy who wrote the news article about me and some other people and people in Arizona and people in Michigan, right? Notice he won't come live. He won't talk back to anybody about what's really going on or have a two-sided conversation, right? But he's scared to come live. Now, I want y'all to notice what just happened recently. So they put out an article on a dang Substack to trick the people. Psychologically, there's no big media that's going to cover that bull crap they're saying because the big media don't like them. And then there's no alternative media that anybody trusts because the alternative media hasn't put in the work to learn how to build people up. So then the people don't really listen to it. So then they can only get a certain number of people to help them with their stuff, but they don't want to blow their cover. So they get a guy named Scott McMahon to write articles, right? Notice he's a nobody who does a Substack and he just makes up stuff, right? Now I want y'all to realize the timing. Right after he did his, Kari Lake comes out with this Rachel Alexander IC attorney lady, and she writes an article, but don't name names again. Typical Kari Lake. Comes out and says these people seem like they have a whole bunch of time to just talk about things online or whatever, to talk about them, and they got their political beliefs and long court case stuff that they want people to follow. Now, what's funny is she made all those comments with this attorney who hates the bar but still deals with the bar, or don't totally go against them and crush them. She uses Rachel Alexander to write an article to try to say fringe right people are going after Kari Lake, but don't name names. Now, the reason this happens is if Kari Lake does a freaking article about me and people come see me, they're going to see her claiming that we got the audit and they're going to see her claiming that we save businesses, and they're going to see on my page the proof that I helped Kari Lake get standing. And just the other day, I shared the proof from an email. I'll do it again right now, where Kari Lake was in a fundraiser in like December of last year, right? Kari Lake was in a fundraiser, and somebody was talking to Kari Lake, and they needed to get standing in a court case because they couldn't get standing, right? And guess who Kari Lake tells them got her standing and who to go to? So I get an email where the lady comes to me and she's like, Dave, I was talking with Kari Lake at a fundraiser, and she said, get with you because you got her standing. Now, the funny thing is, Kari Lake won't come out and tell that I got her standing. But when you're at a fundraiser where people are giving money, right? And you want to have power, when you want to have power, you have to show people you got worth. And the best way to show people you got worth is when you got connections that can make change in a country. So when somebody wants to get their case in court, Kari knows, oh, shucks, my attorneys couldn't get the case in court, but Dave did, right? Now, I told y'all before that I got Kari Lake standing. I gave them the document to show them exactly what they was doing wrong to get standing in a millisecond, right? Clint, can you see the two pictures I just put in the chat bubble, or Chris, whoever's got their mic available? And this is just so you guys can see what's true, because a lot of times big names will let you save their life. They'll let you do amazing things for them. They'll let you save their businesses. They'll let you save their property, but then it's only for their benefit.
Yeah.
They never want the people to know everything you know, because if the people find out, the people will have just as much power as she would have. No, sorry, they will have more. Can you see it, Clint?
Yep, I'm reading it here. So looks like you got the text. It says, it's to you.
That's an email. It's an email.
It's an email. Yeah, you're right. It's an email. I'm not used to it. Might be an email I'm not familiar with. It says, I wonder if you can help me. Kari Lake was here for a fundraiser, and she and I were talking about the federal courts denying both of us standing. She told me you did a document, affidavit in parentheses, question mark, showing and proving she had standing. Could you share your document to Carr and her case number? Thanks.
Okay.
K-A-R. I don't know if that probably says Kari, but...
Yeah, she was trying to say Kari. So, guys, how is it that I have an email from somebody in the East Coast? I didn't talk to anybody in the East Coast about me getting Kari standing. This person came to me. What date was that email, sir?
Give me a sec. It was from February 23rd, 2024.
Okay, so the person didn't know that me and Kari had a falling out. But the person comes to me, how good is God, and says, hey, yo, Kari Lake was talking to me, and she told me back in December that you were a bad mama jamma, and you did a document to help her get standing, right? Now, see, a lot of people will talk stuff. See, Trump couldn't get standing to get his cases heard over election stuff, right? Can we agree? Give a thumbs up if you agree that Trump's attorneys, Giuliani's attorneys, Mike Lindell's attorneys, all of them could not get standing to get their cases heard in court. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to deal with real facts, real issues, real life. How many of you realize that hold on one second. Give me a second. How many of you realize that Donald Trump, Giuliani, Sidney Powell, all of these different people who have the most brilliant attorneys in America, right? Some of them are the most brilliant attorneys in America. How many of y'all would agree with a thumbs up that they could not get standing, and it drove us crazy? We've seen hundreds of cases go by and nobody could get standing. Every one of them, no standing, no standing, no standing.
We got gaslit for years over that stuff, David. Gaslit.
Okay. So the American people were pissed at government officials. I'm sorry, at attorneys and at the courts, because they said the courts are unlawfully stopping us from getting in court, right? Can we agree about that?
And the news media was telling us that we are all conspiracy theories theorists because none of these cases went anywhere. So it was a double whammy.
Yes. So psychologically, they tore your anus up by making it seem like nobody could even get standing because the cases were so dumb and unlawful, right?
They made a lot of hay, political hay, tons of it.
Now, and the people on the left that you want to talk to, right? A lot of times they call you stupid because they say, look, man, your dumb people didn't even have standing. It was so crazy, the kind of stuff they were saying. Now, guys, was that the truth? Was it really that people were crazy and that they couldn't get standing because there was no evidence of maladministration or nothing in hundreds of cases? Now, guys, I need you to help me understand something. See, if you have hundreds of cases with the biggest attorneys in America that can't get standing over election stuff, is that a loss to the people, guys? Does that not hurt us spiritually and mentally? The Bible says the hope deferred maketh the heart sick. So if everybody was trying to get standing and they couldn't get it, tell me, did it not hurt y'all emotionally? Let's be real. Did it not bring sadness to y'all that every single case seemed like it was being ignored? Right? So when I get my detractors, right, there's ignorant people who say stuff like, David, show me a court order that you won something in a court, right? But see, when you get somebody standing who couldn't get standing and their friends couldn't get standing in hundreds of cases, that's a win for the American people because the American people got a chance to see evidence go to court. Now, Kari Lake's attorneys didn't pick the right stuff. I gave her information to show her exactly how to win the case, and her attorneys and her didn't use it. I showed her how to lift up the people to make it so that they would have to give her the win. She didn't listen. I showed how to use maxims of law to show that they didn't follow the law in the cases and maladministration. I guaranteed her that is the way to go to win, and I got the text messages to prove it. And two cases in recent history were one with a group called Wright that worked with William Barr, came into Arizona, used maladministration, them not following the law, to win a case in the same courts Kari couldn't win in. So let me just ask you guys, if I got standing for Kari Lake and I can prove it, right? If I can prove that I gave her information, I can prove that the information was given to her attorneys, and then immediately she got standing, right? If I could prove that, would it be likely, guys, that I actually helped Kari Lake get standing? Would it be likely?
Yeah, absolutely likely.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys, and then I'm going to ask you guys one more question with thumbs up if you think this makes sense. If the nation is sad and broken because we can't get standing, right? And the nation is struggling because nobody can get it right, even from the best of the best. Let's just be real. For those of us who are right, we love Trump. We don't like some of the things he did with like the shots and stuff, but we love Trump for what he did great for this nation. He brought people of all races together. He helped us to see that the nation could be prosperous. He made good trade deals. He stopped us from just giving away money to other countries that didn't need it. He really made people act right. He arrested over 3,500 traffickers. Dude was on fire. Now, I'm a black dude from the ghetto that didn't grow up political, but I can see when a servant does a good job, right? So when Trump, somebody I love, can't get standing and I realize how they're cheating him, just let me know, y'all. Is it a win for the American people if David Jose helps Kari Lake, who Trump loved and who you guys loved, get standing? Right? Now, guys, when I help Kari Lake get standing, if it's true, now one lady confirmed it's true. I'm going to show you Kari Lake's text messages so you can see if it's true, if it was likely me. She ain't going to ever come out and tell the truth to everybody in the public, right? Because I don't play with the wrong she does. But this is why she won't tell who she's talking about. in part of the situation in that news article. I'm coming after Kari Lake. Yes, I have. Because Kari don't tell the truth. Because Kari hides information, right? Kari knew who the person was who was doing these bribes and she didn't freaking tell for 11 months. I don't get down with that, right? She seems as if she's strong. She seems as if she wants to be on fire, but you can't be hiding information for criminals and be a beast at the same time. I'm sorry. See, I just live off of principle, right? Some people look and say Kari's pretty. She got perfect hair, perfect teeth, right? And she says she's a mama bear, and she says she's going to just keep fighting, and they fall in love. But I have to deal with fruit. When I see behind the scenes, hey, Kari, can you teach the people their rights so that you got the second biggest platform next to Trump. If you tell people their rights, you'll flip the paradigm, Kari, and the nation can win, and they'll give you your wins in the cases because they realize they can't hide the truth because everybody knows the rules now. See, people get mad at me for talking like this because they love who they love. And I don't fit in, right? I don't have pretty hair and pretty teeth and say I'm a mama bear and just say the right words and pick up babies and kiss them and say America first, right? So,
but if they don't talk about you, then you don't exist, right?
They hope, right?
They hope, right?
The only problem is a Negro grows too fast, right? Dude, I God allows me to sprout up like Negroes in the NBA. Right? At first you didn't see them, then they start popping up out of nowhere. Right? So, and then the thing is, God has prepared the soil. See, God got a lot of people who have love, who aren't racist, who love this country, who just want to see good things happen in their nation. And they test the soil, they test the fruit. So they see me and they say, oh, well, let's see what this chocolate dude is talking about. Okay, chocolate dude, you better prove what the freak you say, right? Right? Y'all are a hard crowd. But then when I prove what I say, y'all say, okay, we can let our guard down a little bit. You ain't tripping, but say something stupid, we might knife you, right? So the thing is, y'all hold me to a standard. Y'all don't let me come before y'all with some bull, but y'all accept me because I tell the truth and I show it to y'all. But not only that, y'all realize that your forefathers, right? Y'all forefathers loved y'all, and that's what the world didn't want y'all to know. So the wicked hid the quotes of your forefathers, hid what they said in the state constitutions. They lied and told y'all that all y'all forefathers were devilish masons that were hurting people and they didn't believe in God. So when I brought y'all the constitutions and y'all saw what y'all forefathers really said, all I did was bring you back to a relationship with what God said and what your forefathers said. And since most of y'all just want to do the righteous thing, y'all are like, okay, dude, well, you ain't saying nothing crazy. You showing me what our forefathers said. Dang, wait, why didn't the schools tell us this? Right? But just to prove that I'm not lying, Clint, can you read the two messages from Kari Lake? It says her name at the top. Can you see what Kari Lake and I am talking about? I'm the dude in blue. I'm not blue black, but I'm the dude in blue. Clint, can you see the pictures?
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
No problem.
There we go. Okay, so if you're in blue, yeah, you're in blue. So she said, I think Josh added you to a group trying to make a call with all three of us, but you kept hopping off. So
okay,
a couple
now
of calls.
Notice in the email, so y'all can verify this by just going to, I think it's November 25th. I was doing a live space and y'all gonna see I pick up the freaking phone at exactly 3:10. Now you can't cross verify from two devices if I'm lying. But Kari Lake called me twice in a row to get the information. I wanted her to help the nation to win. Kari Lake wanted to help her own case. See, they didn't want to call me to talk about how to save America and how to fix everything all together and win the cases and fix the law. She wanted to know how to win her case. Now, to see that I know that's the case, she calls me, right? What's the first thing I drop in that dang chat?
There's a PDF that says Kari Lake case PDF.
Now, didn't the lady from New Hampshire say that I wrote a document for Kari Lake?
Yep.
In the email? So the lady in the email tells that Kari Lake said I wrote a document from her, right? I can't go back in the past and fake a document, right? So
there
in her messages to me and Kari Lake, there's a document right there that I prepared for her. When she couldn't get standing, Trump couldn't get standing, Giuliani couldn't get standing, Sidney Powell couldn't get standing, Mike Lindell couldn't get standing. The only one in America who got standing was Kari.
I just can't believe. Well, I can believe it, but I want everybody to understand, whoever listens to this space, this should be talked about everywhere. Why does Dave have to show evidence in order for people to understand what happened? I'm glad he has it. 100% true. But this is where the rubber meets the road when we fix things, and nobody's talking about it. Why isn't Kari Lake talking about this?
Well, here's the thing. She wouldn't talk about the guy who bribed her, but she doesn't talk about the guy who helped her get standing either.
Right. So the things that work, we can't talk about. The things that have been happening in the past for decades with insider baseball, we don't talk about that. But it's fun 11 months later.
Yeah. So you think about this. So Kari Lake 100% got standing. She got to go before the court. I gave her a document to win. Now, let me ask y'all. So if this is true that I gave Kari Lake a document, would that be considered a win for me and the American people who were waiting for a victory, for something to go before the court so we can hold people accountable? Would that be considered a win or a loss?
That's a big win. That should be on the front page of every newspaper.
Okay, so let me ask y'all, how many of y'all heart melted in a good way when y'all saw that Kari Lake was finally dragging them into court and we might have a chance to get Katie Hobbs on the dang stand? How many of y'all were like, woo? I can guarantee you this. I can guarantee you that Neil from the North, Neil Johnson, probably on that day did a video where he started out and said, oh, big wins. Kari Lake on the court, baby. I bet you Bahizzi, when he found out, he did a video. I bet you Q, when he found out, did a video. I bet you people around the country bragged and went nuts. Kari Lake got a case in court. It's about to go down. Guys, y'all realize if Kari Lake keeps appealing, the only reason Kari Lake had the first hearing is because I got her standing in minutes. I literally wrote a document in minutes that did what no attorney in America could do by God, guys. It ain't a gift, it's God. I had to suffer to learn this stuff, and God let me see it. He let me study and led me and directed me by his spirit, not in some crazy talk in my mind, but he let me see through the scripture, and I looked at what he was moving me to do, and I kept following, and then I ended up learning the law better than anybody. So I ain't talking junk when I say I learned the law better than anybody. I'm telling you, Trump attorneys couldn't get standing. Mike Lindell couldn't get standing. Giuliani, Sidney Powell, freaking take the rest of them. None of them could get standing. And then in one day, y'all were like, yeah! People were cheering and roaring. You know why? Because the verse that tells you the hope deferred maketh the heart sick tells you that when it comes, it's like a tree of life. See, when y'all saw Kari Lake get in that dang court, it was relief. You guys were elated. And the reason you were elated was because for the first time, it seemed like justice was about to potentially happen. And the funny thing is, it would have not happened if God would not allow me to show Kari Lake exactly what to do to get standing. Go ahead, Clint.
All right. So after you sent the PDF, there was a Twitter link. And then after that, there was you saying Kari Lake, comma, one of the people, comma, sui juris in this court of record. And then another tweet or another comment says that video.
So I show her how to change her name to her own proper person because they were bringing her to court as an entity that doesn't have a guaranteed right to go to court.
Yeah, I think wasn't it Carrie Lake for governor? Wasn't that the
Yes,
entity they tried to use?
yes. They were putting her in a freaking stupid entity name trying to get a court case.
Yeah.
When the entity don't have a right to serve the people, so you can't get standing.
So I'm wondering if isn't that just like law school 101, like status, standing, and jurisdiction? So wouldn't that be like the first thing you learn?
Well, what they do is when they write their court cases, right? They learn to do things kind of wrong so that the judges always have discretion to kill their cases.
Ah, that makes sense.
So when they are losing, they can't understand why, and nobody else can.
So they're losing accidentally, and they don't know why. But the court or the judge or the court can use discretion on whether the case wins or loses.
Yes.
They have no idea what's going on.
Yes. Well, sometimes they put attorneys that are specifically chosen as the only people who would do the cases because they know they're dirtbags.
Yeah. Okay.
So either way, they do the standing wrong on purpose. Or by mistake, but they won't hear anybody else. Another thing is the judge, they taught them to put evidence in cases wrong, and they didn't tell them how to completely secure their evidence so you can't get evidence in the court.
Then the judge can just ignore the evidence because it wasn't entered properly then, right?
Because he has the discretion to let it come in or not because it's a statutory... Because it's a statutory case.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So when I did the document for the one, with the one girl from 10 o'clock at night to 5 o'clock the next morning, her case was admitted because we did it right.
I mean, it's devious, but brilliant. And if there's any attorneys listening to this, holy cow, please stop doing this.
Yeah. So keep reading so everybody can hear, because I want you guys to realize how quick we were able to flip everything. So notice you guys took part in going to Carrie and saying, Carrie, you need to listen to Dave and get with Dave, quit playing, right? So some of y'all actually took part in getting Carrie to not be dumb. Now remember though, I was trying to get Carrie Lake and Josh wouldn't move fast, to get people to create affidavits of who they voted for before the election or right at the time of the election, so that when she went to court, she would already have evidence sworn under penalty of perjury showing that people got voted for with the wrong, somebody voted for them with the wrong person.
Yep.
Right? So then they disregarded what I said. Then the first thing that happened, Carrie Lake's attorney went to freaking court and said, we demand expedited evidence. And the judge told them no. Now, why would the judge tell them no? And he was correct. If your clown anus is saying somebody did something, you already have evidence they did it. You don't need anything else. So why the freak you coming to me asking me to dig into people's lives and you ain't got no evidence to show they even need to be here? Jaron, take notes. Why? Right? So the judge denied their request to expedite evidence. Now they're sitting in court twiddling their thumbs with nothing. Now all they got is the ability to make complaints or make claims people did stuff without any firsthand knowledge. How the freak you gonna say, hey, you beat up my brother and you weren't there and your brother ain't around? Hey, you stole the election by switching the machines to Africa. What? Did you see that? No, but I'm gonna say it. Okay. Well, that ain't gonna work. Right? Everybody please share the space too. So guys, once again, can we see that I'm a nothing and a nobody, guys, but let's just be real. Is it not a win for the people of America if everybody loves Carrie Lake and I get Carrie Lake standing when no attorney could do it, when Trump's people couldn't do it, etc.? Can we get a thumbs up and just be real? Because here's the thing. Travis for NH will say David Jose has no wins. He didn't do anything for the people. But you let me know if standing for Carrie Lake is considered a win for you guys.
Yeah.
Right?
If anybody can get Travis in this space, that would be great. But wait till we're done actually telling people how to win before he comes and interrupts us winning.
You know?
All right. So next piece, it said that video, and I'm guessing it was the link that you sent her. It says that video from earlier was for you to see the case they are about to hear, not the crazy Q stuff. Please toss all crazy Q stuff. Again, this was back during the time. This is back in November of 2022. back when even the politicians, even some of our servants were in on this stuff. Like they were sold by the whole Q stuff. They were saying the phrases, they were doing they were caught up in it too. It was psychologically, it was a military grade psyop in my opinion. So it's awesome. But what have you? But then you said, this is November 25th of 2022. You said to her, the Supreme Court will hear the people. Okay. And then after that, she responded, thank you for this information. And I think that's because you were sending notices to the Supreme Court then. And then really close thereafter is when I believe, actually before that, that's when Gorsuch came out and said something about the APA.
November 7th, 2022?
Yeah, right. So this is about, 18 days later, roughly, that you're basically telling Carrie that the Supreme Court is listening to the people, which you actually mean you and your notices and everybody signing them, which is, I mean, here's guaranteed. It's all in these texts. She said, thank you for this information and thank you for your time today. As you can imagine, I'm being inundated with so many suggestions from everyone, and I respect your opinion and all of your hard work you put into this. Thank you so much. And you said, you are loved, dear ma'am. You have decided to fight for the state and the people. With fairness, you have won. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, day or night. And everybody on this call is the same way with good trustees and servants. If there's good trustees and servants out there, if you need something, that's a standing offer to anybody. When you need the fight, and then you said, when you fight the hardest fights, you have all coming at once, and it's an emergency when you need help or support. By God, you are not allowing, by God, you are not allowing, and the nation is getting ready by God.
Oh no, I was saying by God, you are not alone. Forgive me.
Got it. Yep.
So notice I didn't come at Carrie aggressively or mean. I'm like, Carrie, I know what it's like to have everybody coming at you at once. See, I had to fight through a CPS fight without any help, without nobody knowing this, right? Nobody knew how to help get kids back from CPS. I had to suffer, and they took my little guys. And I'm like, what the freak is this that's coming at me? Let me figure this the freak out, because this ain't right. So I went through hell to learn how to defeat these people. Now, sometimes God will allow you to go through something hard to make you great, right? To help others, to help save a nation. As a matter of fact, if you read Isaiah 49, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 49, God allows somebody to lose their kids in order for them to learn the law, to stop oppressive people from attacking people in the law, putting them in jail unlawfully, and stealing kids through their own version of CPS. So in Isaiah 49, 41, 42, 43, and 49, you'll see where there was a government oppression where they were taking people's kids from them. God allows somebody to get their kids taken. That forces them to learn the law. After they learn the law, God let them learn so well that they taught all the people. After they taught all the people, God returned the kids for them and everybody else. And he made the politicians who wrote laws to hurt people, he made them return back the people who went to jail unlawfully, and he made the crooked way straight again. So it's in the nature of God in the Bible to let people suffer and then let them learn the law to help other people, and then he restores everybody. That's in God's nature. So
Amen.
When I helped Kari Lake, and even when I gave stuff for Trump recently, I knew what they were going to do to Trump based on the same practices that bad government actors do all the time. Right? So I started showing Trump, hey, Trump, write out the Constitution and start teaching it to people, the Constitutions, right? Y'all notice Trump started teaching the Constitutions. He pulled the Eighth Amendment out of his freaking pocket in a freaking folded up, crumbly piece of paper and read it on live TV, and people went nuts, right? I told Trump's right-hand person to tell him to do that, right? When it came to Trump's cases, an attorney blocked access to Trump, but through the person who I was dealing with, Trump literally said, why can't I just use this guy for all my cases? All of them, right? He got to hear about John Locke. The person said to him, I know this stuff sounds crazy, but look, this is what it is. He said, oh no, it don't sound crazy. Right? See, I'm telling y'all stuff that happens where God will lift you up to fight and do good things. I know that you guys could lose hope, but I know stuff happening behind the scenes that I can't always say, right? But President Trump loved the stuff. I can tell you that President Trump had my documents in his hand. He told his right-hand person, from what I'm told, to send it to another person who was going to print it up and he was going to read it. But then you see attorneys jump in the way. The problem is the attorneys don't know the freaking law. They don't know. Now, this is how you prove it. Not a single attorney in America could get standing over this election stuff with Trump and Giuliani and all this stuff. And then Kari Lake gets standing. And now I'm showing y'all the dang messages where Kari Lake is telling what happened. And I'm showing y'all the email where a woman from another state got told by Kari Lake that I got her standing. Right? So you got to think about this. Kari Lake will allow her friends, her attorney, to talk junk about me, to say I'm a fake and this, that, and the other, and not whatever. But then behind the scenes, she's telling people who are at campaign events or fundraising events, oh yeah, this is the hookup I use to get standing. See, she would do that because if you're at, well, allegedly, in my mind, you would do that because you want people to believe you got connections and you can help them. So then they're going to give you more money. Right? So my work, yeah, New Hampshire woman in personam jurisdiction. Yeah. A famous lady with a show. So I'm letting y'all know that the woman came to me to learn how to get standing, and I taught her what to do. I gave her a Maxim book. But Kari Lake got standing because I showed her what the law said. And notice I told Kari Lake for free, guys. Notice I didn't say, Kari, you got some money for me? You got some favor? Hey, can you let me get right next to you and walk down the aisle with you and look like I'm cool? I don't give a freak about that. I don't give a freak about rubbing elbows with no dang politician. I don't, look, if you just give me my hot rod and some watermelon, I'm cool. I ain't trying to walk around with nobody. I'm not looking for clout. I'm not looking for favor. I'm not even trying to be cool, right? Matter of fact, I don't even usually wear button-up shirts. I'll put a turtleneck up under my suit. I don't fit in, right? So the thing is, what you got to understand is, I helped Kari Lake get what she needed, and then I told her for free, notice no money, hey, Kari, at any time, day or night, 3 o'clock in the morning, if you're concerned, somebody coming at you, you can't figure out what to do, I got you. Right? Now, did I do that because Kari Lake is my best friend? No. I did that because the people of America wanted Kari Lake in office, so I was going to do whatever was necessary to help Kari Lake. What you're also going to notice is I did not tell people everything I was doing for Kari Lake at the time I was doing it. I kept it quiet, right? When she called, I muted my video so y'all couldn't hear me talk about what she was saying in the background. And the funny thing is, when she first called and I picked up the phone, she said a couple of words and people heard her voice and somebody said, oh my gosh, that's Kari, I heard her voice. Shucks, right? So the thing is, guys, this is the people having all political power. We get wins. Now, one other thing you're going to notice is Kari Lake got on stage and she said, when she was campaigning, David Jose helped me get, I'm sorry, not David Jose. She said Josh Barnett did the most to get the audit. She also said, he was my ex-partner. I put together the documents to get the audit. He served everybody. I worked with him to do it. And then on top of that, you'll see, and I'm going to share the video. You'll see where she says he saved all these businesses. Hundreds of businesses were saved across the nation because we moved them into the private realm. Now, guys, let me ask you a question. And can I have some of you guys open up your mic and give us some verbal response if you can? So, guys, when people had their businesses shut down, right? And the door opened up for good things to happen, right? when the door opened up, oh wait, let me ask y'all this. When I got Kari Lake standing, guys, would a judge give me a court order that says Kari Lake got standing because David Jose prepared a document for her like he's showing you guys now so that she can learn how to get the standing right that fixed it? Would you ever find that in a court order?
Nope.
Would not exist, right? Anybody else want to answer if it makes sense that if I helped her get standing that it would not be in a court order?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay. Would anybody, if I didn't have to tell people, right? Would anybody know that I did that?
No.
So
Nope.
why would it ever be in a court order? It's a win because the people got into court. Nobody else could do it. But why would it be a court order with my name on it saying David Jose got her standing in a win?
Because it's the law that's winning. It's not the man.
Okay. So the man gave the information. I'm standing somewhere far away. Kari Lake uses what I say. We have it proved now. And she gets standing when nobody else could. When Stacey Burke's affidavit got standing, was admitted into the case, it was me helping her do it. But they're not going to say David Jose got this win in a court document, right?
Pretty irrelevant. Yep.
So the 120 something kids that I got back, right? When a court says send the kid back, right? Are they going to say David Jose won this by his knowledge and wisdom? Or are they going to say, oh yeah, okay, well, we're going to end the case. Now, notice when I do an affidavit showing the fraud and the criminality of a CPS court, what ends up happening is they don't want to write down that they got caught in trouble. They just say case dismissed, kid goes back. Now, I could have wrote an affidavit or helped them write an affidavit days before, give it to them, and then one day the kid comes home. They ain't had a kid for a whole year. They were talking about adopting the kid. Boom, the kid comes back, right? Does there come out? Let me ask this way: which one is the most evident to you? If a CPS judge tells on himself that he's not in a real court and he makes a court order saying that he got in trouble because we caught him in the act and he's giving the kid back, is that most likely to happen? Or is it evidence if a parent says, y'all saw it and had my kid for a year? Y'all saw me fighting. Dave Jose helped me. Here go my kid right here next to me. Is that quality evidence or no?
Yeah, the latter thing
Yes,
happening is quality evidence.
Okay. So when Travis for NH says David didn't do anything for anybody because I don't have a court order, when you trap bad government actors, guys, and they realize they could go to prison for life, you realize they don't write out they're only giving you your kid back because you caught them, right?
Yeah, it's like he's asking for them to confess on paper just for him to say, yeah, okay, that's evidence. I mean, it's not going to happen. It's stupid.
And then I showed him 2 fraud cases. One case, they tried to declare fraud on a guy in Arizona over 50 or 60 mobile homes where he got titles. He was supposed to get titles to the mobile home, but the guy at the last minute didn't give them to him. So they gave this guy the mobile homes for removing them for free. So now he gets ownership of 50 plus mobile homes. There's some number high, more than 20, more than 30. So he moves these mobile homes. The government comes after him because he sells the mobile homes to other people, but he's waiting on the titles, and then they don't give a title, right? So then the guy gets arrested. They give him a big old bond. He gets another court case, separate case for a car, where a bank said he stole a car because he made an agreement with a person to take a car from them with a bill of sale. The car had payments on it still. The wife couldn't afford it. He paid the wife in cash. The wife gave him the car. They had a contract, right? So then he gets taken to jail for both cases. 150 mobile homes, one a freaking car that they say is stolen, right? This is in Arizona. I showed the court cases the other day. Now, what happened is he had a trial by freaking jury, right? I got with him, helped him do an affidavit, right? He walked into the court where they were having a trial by jury, dropped the affidavit and a couple of other things in the court, and walked the freak out while the jury was there. Never went to a day of court. Guess what happened? The prosecutor demanded that the charges be dismissed on 50 plus mobile homes with no title. Did he argue that he was not guilty? No. What about the car case? No. He dropped the affidavit in. You want to know what the affidavit said, y'all? The affidavit showed the maxims that title is not a piece of paper from the DMV, and that the court, the prosecutors are bringing a criminal prosecution in a situation where, when you look up the maxims of law, which show how all law is to be carried out, is universally accepted, it says that title is the right to own something in possession, which he had, and that there's nowhere in any law fundamentally that says that the DMV has anything to do with the title. And guess what happened? The prosecutor, I showed the orders yesterday, dropped both cases. Both. Right? Now, guys, when I help him do an affidavit that shows that the government has been tricking people and prosecuting them over titles with the DMV when that's not really what a title is, and the person turns in the affidavit in their case, guys, does that mean that I didn't help the person? Does that mean I didn't help the person because the person got the case killed?
Where's that citation at? I want to see the citation.
Yeah, I want to see the cause number, right? As they always say, I want to see the cause of action. I want to see the cause number. I want to see where the judge said the case was missed. First of all, homie, in a statutory case, there is no judge. It's administrative or statutory. There is no judge. Number two, the prosecutor is the one bringing the case. The tribunal must be independent from the magistrate. If the prosecutor is dropping his case and dismissing his own case, that means you won.
That means there is no case and it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so if you got arrested like your anus is in trouble and it exists twice, and then your anus get 2 cases dismissed, yes, twice, don't that mean you won twice? Now, I put the information in the chat bubble so y'all can see. Now, guys, if I help somebody do an affidavit and they freaking get off on charges for a criminal act with over 50 mobile homes, that's a whole lot of mobile homes, and a freaking car in a separate case, and they're walking free right now today, running and exercising and having fun and running with his dogs. Is that a win for David Jose, or does it just not count as a win because no judge will say, hey, David Jose worked with this guy and gave him affidavits and he walked in. The Negro didn't even go to the freaking trial. He walked in the trial, dropped off a freaking document, and walked out like he was the freaking boss of this place. That Negro is crazy. That must be some sovereign citizen stuff. How the freak you gonna drop off a document and walk your anus out when it's people? There's a jury here. You got us looking like fools. We gonna let the jury freaking go through and let everything go, and then let your anus go home. And we gonna look like some big dummies wasting the jury time. But that's sovereign citizen stuff. But you can, any one of y'all could go look this Negro up. He's a white dude. And you'll see, look up the freaking cases like the troll did for Travis for NH yesterday. He quoted stuff from the case, but he ain't tell y'all, oh, this Negro was in trouble for fraud charges over 50 freaking mobile homes and a car on a separate situation, and he walked free on all of it. Why ain't he disclose that? You want to run, tell something, run, tell that, D-A-T, right? See, what happened is God made me a bad mamma jamma with the law. I ain't nothing without God. But God made me a bad mamma jamma in the law. And if you go look at the Negro's case, you're going to see that they were trying to nail him for fraud in Arizona. And they don't play in Arizona. They'll lock your anus up under the jail. They'll put some pink panties on you in the jail and have your anus sitting up like Sheriff Arpaio. So guys, help me understand. If I did help this guy, and he got off on 51 charges or more, or 51 individual mobile homes, or 50 something and one car. Guys, can you tell me, would that be a win?
It's a big win. Big win.
Yeah, because the Negro should be under the jail, right? Right? See, this is the thing, guys. A lot of guys will talk some stupid junk, but they won't come live and defend it. But notice, Kari Lake just came out with an article really close to when that Michigan dude came out with the article. Do that seem a little weird to y'all? Look at the timing. In 2 different states, they're coming out with articles. One guy talking about Arizona and Michigan, and me. Kari Lake comes out with an article talking about somebody, but won't name who it is. That's very smart. Yo ain't as bad not ever name my name in some bull, because you know dang well you gonna open the door for Negroes to come look. Who the heck is this Dave Jose? Because we love Kari. They gonna come look in a fight. We gonna destroy him, and then they gonna come to my page and see the text messages where I helped her get standing. That's some funny job. See, you stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know I really helped you, but you can't tell the people, because if you tell the people gonna be free and the nation gonna change. See, if the people know I'm giving real law, they gonna use it and they gonna be free.
Yep. Notice how he got super quiet. Travis, I'm talking about now. Travis got super quiet when he got asked on what he did for the people during COVID, when all the businesses and people were getting shut down. Because he knows the law so well, why didn't he make some phone calls to all of these agencies, which he has the authority to do, and say, hey, that's unconstitutional. I can't believe what you're doing. Get that crap out of here. That ain't going to happen in my district. But he didn't make the phone calls, did he?
Did you notice I asked him, hey, Travis, who did you impeach? Who did you put up for charge? Who did you refer for charges, Travis, for going against the dang law? You talk about you want to help the people and your voting record will prove it. Screw your voting record. Who did you refer for criminal charges? Who did you put up articles for to impeach or move for them to be impeached? If you're in the Senate or the House, I don't know what the freak he is. He's really a nobody. But who did you refer for charges? See, everybody want to act like we're trying to do the right thing, but we don't have the votes. No, then you should be putting out there that you want them charged. You should be referring them for charges. You should be doing something to make Negroes go to jail.
And it's not like we're picking on the guy. He just doesn't know when to quit. You know, like, and when he said the other day, what was it, 2-3 days ago, that the government has all the power because they have all the guns. He didn't say it, but he gave a 100% agreement to the other gentleman who said on Twitter, this is for everybody to see, and it's big. And I think it just is a really good snapshot of how some people believe that the government is your king or your leader or your ruler. Yeah. So when he says that because the government has all the guns, you don't have a voice, and that gentleman is in government, that should scare the crap out of you guys. That should just absolutely scare you.
Well, here's the
thing.
It's
funny that we held him there long enough. He just told on himself.
Well, notice what he said. He's like, yeah, you can have all your rights and you can be right, but that's theoretical and all this stuff. His other friend, that's
theoretical rights.
when they come with guns, whatever. Well, let me just help y'all understand something. Y'all realize that when they shut down gyms in Arizona, they threatened arrest and came with guns. They brought the police who had guns. In New Jersey, when they went after all the business entities and they wanted to lock them down, which they want to try to do again. So if you're not prepared, get prepared. I can tell you how. When they wanted to shut down business entities, right? They tried to come with guns and lock people's entities down. And they arrested some people, right? So then when I said to Mr. Travis for NH, I said, yo, Travis, I can show you in New Jersey right now where they came with guns and tried to lock down Tommy Trevillis's entity. And he had one at first he did with me. Then he did a second one. Now he got a third. So I said they tried to lock him down. They tried to hit him with over $1 million in fines. I said, you realize that they had a case against him. He won. Here's a video of him. Here's him talking. I'll get you his information so you could call him on the phone. You could get his case numbers. You could look them up. And I want you to tell me why they didn't prosecute his case until the end, sir. right? As a matter of fact, if you really want to dig in the case, you're going to find that the prosecutor was asking for extensions because he couldn't understand the law well enough that we were hitting him with. So I taught Tommy in 2 weeks how to destroy the prosecutor so bad. And now this, everybody out here can verify this, right? They tried to take Tommy to court. When your anus is taking somebody to court, you shouldn't be unprepared to freaking bring that smoke, right? Most of y'all who've been through cases, they railroad you like they're doing Trump, go fast as heck from beginning to end and just laugh at you the whole time, right? And that's exactly what they just did in front of America to Trump. Now, Tommy, I taught him in 2 weeks how to go head up with the prosecutor and destroy his anus with the real law. When Tommy dropped stuff off to the prosecutor was asking, hey, Judge, can we have a little bit of time? I need some time to study what he gave me. On the first day he talked, and we can verify this. On the first day that they talked to Tommy and they went before the judge, the prosecutor went to the judge and said, Judge, you know, this guy really knows his rights. And the judge was like, okay, well, what we going to do? What we going to do to him? And then he said, no. Judge, this guy really, really, really knows his rights. And the judge is like, oh, okay, yeah, okay. So how we gonna handle stuff? He said, well, Judge, you know, I'm gonna need some time to look up everything this guy has presented to me so I can get some understanding and we can come back and whatever. So they took off like a month or two. This dude needed 2 months to study the law. Now, what happened was, by the time the dude came back, I dropped some more fire on that anus, and he asked for another extension. So, like, after the third time of months of extensions, now at the same time, they're arresting people in New Jersey, other people who got their business stuff messed up. No attorney would help them or didn't know what to do. Everybody's failing, getting locked up. Their doors are getting padlocked. At the same time, what ends up happening is Tommy is free and clear doing business, and police officers who's supposed to be arresting his anus, who used to come with guns, they're joining his gym. The police, the people who's supposed to come with guns and force, are joining you.
That story cracks me up every time you tell it.
It's hilarious. Oh, bro, then he had a phone message where one of the chief police called him and said, look, Tommy, we ain't trying to mess with you. I understand you sent me a notice in the private. I understand that ties me up where if I come after you, that I could be sued in the private. So I'm not messing with you. What I just want, Tommy, if you need any help with anything, call me. And if the prosecutor wants to get you, I'm going to tell them to go down there themselves. See, that's the difference between real law and fake law. Yeah. So now,
that's awesome.
All this can be verified. Now, if y'all think I'm lying, go look up Tommy Trevillis in New Jersey. Open his freaking court case, and you tell me why the freak they kept rescheduling. And then when they got all the way to the end of the case, right? See, I broke their jurisdiction apart with the real law. Now, what's funny is the judges start trying to make a separate docket just for our cases so they could listen and hear and learn. And it's funny that judges will say stuff like, oh my gosh, y'all got so much new information in law. I enjoy this because it sucks. Every day I do the same thing. You guys finally give me something that's challenging where I got to look something up and use my mind, because this other stuff is just, right? So you'll see that at the end of Tommy's case, they wanted millions of dollars from him, right? At least, I think 1.5 or 2 million, something like that. Maybe 4 million, I don't know. They wanted a lot of money from him, over $1 million. By the time it got done, the prosecutor comes and says, listen, we don't know who got jurisdiction over you, us or the state. See, what they're really saying is, we know dang well ain't none of us got jurisdiction over you and you proved it to us, but we can't say that out loud. So we're going to just let this go. And if the state want to come get you, they can. If the state want to come get you, they can. See, guys, in the real world, we the people have power. They just didn't know. And as soon as we started talking to them and letting them see what was up, now they realize, holy crap. Holy crap, right? we're in trouble, right? This dude is doing stuff that could get us put in prison for life, right? If we're gonna just fight directly against the Constitution, we could be in prison for life. You hurting people, you arresting people all the time. Your ain't is no better, right? And then somebody show you, and you think you're gonna keep going. It's a lot easier to just dismiss the case or leave the case hanging, let it fall apart for no prosecution, walk your latest away, and act like it never happened. See, sometimes guys in the cases, they'll get people's kids back or stuff back and then erase the whole record of somebody ever being arrested, the whole record of anybody ever getting in trouble. The whole kid case just disappears off the face of the earth. But this is the problem, guys. A lot of people don't want you to know this, because if you know how to really win, if you know your real rights and power, the government can't have power over you. They can only serve you. And this is the thing. A lot of politicians want to be in power. They want to say, oh, we could take your rights from you. We can make money off of your business. We could dog you. We can trample your rights. What you gonna do? Because people got weapons. Well, people had weapons when they came to shut down Tommy. Now, not only did I help Tommy, I also did the self-made gyms in California. I also did Mountainside Fitness in Arizona. They were in court. They were on the media every single couple of days. The media would be showing them and the attack that Governor Ducey had on Mountainside Fitness, and the one guy getting a ticket, Mario. I think they were trying to arrest him. Over the weekend, I opened up a private membership association for them, 18 of them actually, one for each entity. And I think we didn't do one entity. I think they had 19 and I did 18. They couldn't be open in 1 week. I gave them the private memberships. They were ready to open. They opened like a week later, and you could go drive by one of their buildings and see my notice on their front door. And they were wide open. They didn't force people to use what's the names anymore, masks and all that stuff. And guess who had to stop? The police with guns. See, guys, this is the type of stuff that people won't tell you. I also did the same thing on Indian tribal land. A woman named Nancy was on Indian tribal land. I did a PMA for her, opened up the PMA, sent their Indian tribal government notice that thinks they're sovereign, right? They'll say, the Indian land is a sovereign nation. Well, they weren't too sovereign that day because they shut the freak up and let her do her thing, right? So this is real life stuff, guys, where we've done private membership associations to help people win. Now, let me just help you understand something, though. If you are a legislator, you are a master of law. You're making laws. If you're an attorney, you're supposed to be a master of law. You're supposed to be learned in the law. If you're a judge, you're supposed to be learned in the law. How the freak do you know how to write laws to get jurisdiction over persons? You know how to prosecute persons and how jurisdiction happens. And you know how to be a judge to know when somebody's going to win, but your anus don't know how to get people out of jurisdiction. Somebody help. Can I get a well?
Seems kind of funny.
Yeah. How the freak you know how to get somebody in jurisdiction trapped? You can write statutes to trap people in your mind, but your anus don't know how to get out of jurisdiction? Sound like a hoax to me. See, if Travis for NH is real, the same way he writes bills and other people writes bills around him, they get together to talk about how to get jurisdiction over somebody. But then their clown anus don't tell people how to not be under jurisdiction. Somebody help me understand how that makes sense.
Some of those tweets, man, I just keep going back to what he was saying to everybody, and I don't know if that's not worth.
Screenshot them up. Screenshot.
Yeah, I know,
right?
You guys, this
screenshot it. See, this
is it's bad. You can't say that
when you're dogging people, right? And you're being evil. See, literally, what this guy is saying is, I know what the law says, but I don't feel like it applies to me. And because we have the power now, and we can force you, how you going to enforce anything against me? And that's cute when you're in charge. But as soon as the people find out that you're not really in charge, then you have to literally, by the law, in peace, and a jury of your peers, pay for that dumb stuff you saying. Because at the same time, people are going at him to ask him to talk about fundamental law, and he's talking this stupid junk. right? When they're talking about them having guns and all this dumb junk, like, why would you bring that up when we're just talking about what your contract says? See, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
We're
I think it's worse than that. It's worse than that. A lot of us have kids, right?
mm-hmm.
So when was the last time, and I mean, it probably happens, but when was the last time you told one of your kids, hey, this is the chores, this is your responsibility, why aren't you doing this? And then they have they want to test the boundaries of mom and dad, right? This is how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So they always want to know, well, if I don't do it, what are you going to do about it?
Yep.
Right? So
Yep.
listen to the psychology of this guy. This dude swore to the constitutions, contracted with the people.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's there, he's in the house with mom and dad. He wants mom and dad to prove to him how bad the punishment is going to be before he does the chores that he already agreed to do.
It's so stupid. Yeah, he's like, so show me what's your enforcement mechanism? I'm like, you're dumb. I'm like,
What's your enforcement?
I'm like, you're so stupid. You're going to accelerate the people knowing, which is going to automatically create the paradigm where you go mess around and find out by the law.
Oh, he did a great job. I'll give him a golf clap.
Dude, I was laughing. I'm like,
thank you, Travis, for playing.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the most stupid stuff I've ever seen, because you literally wrote the stuff in writing that would get your anus prosecuted.
And he wanted to see, and he wants somebody to go down hard. Basically, what he wants to see is he wants somebody to lose their house, their trust fund.
No, he wants
their entire life. He wants
himself to lose it, because while people were coming to him with their redress, right, their remonstrance or their notice or their address, his clown anus is out there saying, look, these are sovereign citizens. Look, they think that I got to pay attention to their notices, after his dumb anus swore to pay attention to the notices. He's ridiculously stupid. And I don't like to call people dumb or stupid, but this dude is ignorant, right?
Yeah, it's next level ignorant.
Yeah. And see, this is what's funny. See, the Bible says evil continues, or because the judgment is not executed quickly, evil continues, or people are continually set in their heart to do evil. See, he's literally mocking God. He don't probably realize, but in the word of God, it tells you when they're not punished quickly, they'll get to the point where they'll just keep doing wrong. So the thing is, he'll sit there and do wrong in front of everybody because he thinks he won't be punished. He thinks everything stays the same. See, he doesn't, even his own friend, the one guy, Maynard, for the city government worker.
Helmet guy. Yeah. Tron man.
Maynard didn't realize that you could get, that the ATF lost all their power and that they're losing cases like crazy. He said, oh, they win too much. They've been winning a lot. I said, no, dude, that's wrong. A bunch of soft sits are live explaining how I'm stupid. That's so funny. He's listening in, most likely anonymously with his gangster self.
Sov rep listening.
Yeah.
Sov rep.
Hey, Travis, come on in here. Come on in here live. Yeah.
Sov rep.
You are kind of ignorant. You are kind of ignorant, bro. I know you thought you were gangster when you said I'm Irish. That didn't get you very far. But come on in and have a discussion, big dog. You the man. Come on in. So y'all, it's funny how weak they are. So you got to think about this. This guy is sitting up thinking he can will power, and this is going to tie into tonight. He thinks he can will power and use the people's position and do nothing that he said he's going to do because he's some big bad big dog or something, right? I'm Irish. I don't give a freak what you are. You're a clown, right? So this guy
gonna be a broke clown.
Yeah, for real. See, he's so silly. He's saying sovereign citizens. See, he don't realize that the Supreme Court has dealt with foolishness just like what he's talking with the ATF. And he don't realize they just did it with the administrative state after we asked him to do it with the administrative state. He don't realize that federal Congress members are right here on our pages taking our stuff and then putting it out in the open right away. So he thinks this stuff is going to be the same all the time. And I'm laughing because his clown anus wrote stuff that'll get him prosecuted on his own page, and he's too stupid to know. And see, I wouldn't call him stupid, but he's cocky, so it makes it stupid. When you're so cocky, you start writing checks your behind can't cash, that makes you stupid. So the thing is, they're putting out stuff and talking about aggression and talking about the people we deal with, the government got guns and all this stuff, and it's so stupid. And he's calling people soft sits. Guys, that only works when the people in your community are in charge. But you can see that we, the people, are standing up across the country. The Supreme Court already threw all these guys under the bus. They have no power in the ATF anymore. All the big name attorneys will say you're a sovereign citizen if you think that as one of the people you can protect yourself with a gun after you go to prison. Right?
I'll help him out. I don't do this, but if Travis is listening, which I think he is, he's probably down at the bottom. Travis, I have a Rumble video, and in 3 hours, I'll bet you're going to be puking in the toilet if you watch 2 videos I put on Rumble. In those 2 videos, and everybody here in the space can watch, and I want you to go back and read Travis's tweets on what he did and what he was saying, and what he was saying to the people who contracted with him. What he contracted with the people, but in those 2 videos, it's going to explain how you write notices to your servants and trustees, your agents in government, and then afterwards, there's going to be a video on how you make affidavits when they do the exact opposite of what they swore to do. So those 2 videos, if Travis wants to be cute after he watches those videos, he'd be extra dumb. But everybody, if you want to go to my Rumble channel, it's Gov Regulator. And in maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, you'll understand that everything that guy just did, you could get hundreds of thousands of dollars if he keeps doing it. I'm just saying. Now, if he wants to keep being stupid, that's on him. But all we're doing is telling you what the law is.
And it's funny. He says, "Oh, a bunch of soft suits are talking about how I'm stupid." Well, bro, you're not smart, right? And once again, Travis, show me where you referred anybody for charges when they went against the people after 2020. Show me where if you've seen anybody breaking the law in government that you tried to get them prosecuted, you made a sworn affidavit against them. Or if you've seen reps who were going against the Constitution and making legislation that was unlawful, show me where you tried to get the legislature to remove them. Please. Now, you talk a big game like you're doing a whole lot, but when people are breaking the law, first of all, I don't think you know the law. And the funny thing is you swore to, right? You swore to make constitutional legislation. You swore to redress people's grievances. You swore to already. So it really doesn't matter if you know you were supposed to. See, you can say, well, I didn't know, right? You could try to use that, but people sent you notice, so you should know. And so that goes out the window. Or you can say, nobody taught me, but then you're out here saying what the law is not. So you really show that you're just against the law. Now, I understand you're Irish. I guess that's supposed to mean you're tough. You might wear a kilt. You're a big dude wearing a kilt, probably. I don't know. But you're not that brilliant if you would sit there and say the dumb stuff you say. And now you're afraid to come online. You're writing about what we're saying. You got your little fake troll accounts in here with no face, looking like cartoons. And they're reporting to you and trying to stand for you, but they won't even come live. Most of them are crypto accounts and fake accounts with no information or whatever from different states than yours, and they're afraid to come live and say stuff just like you are. So it's hilarious to me that you sneak around. You're a big bad Irish boss, but you sneak around and you won't come and speak out loud in the open and show us what you've done. You won't do it. And then you got other clowns following you that are just as in hiding as you, but you get on and you want to talk about your voting record. I don't see anywhere in the Constitution where it says that you're bound by your voting record. It says you're bound to follow the Constitution of the state and the statutes. So if you haven't followed the constitutions of the state and gave redress, then really you're just sitting your big behind in people's seats and you're doing wrong. Now, I know you might think you're smart, right? And that's usually how it happens. Even the dumbest criminals think they're smart, right? The dumbest criminal will go rob somebody in broad daylight and think that they're not getting seen. They'll put a mask on and then freaking have their license plate showing, right? That's how you are. You will get out in the open, say some dumb stuff, and think that you're covered, and you're not. So,
and I believe he can always apologize. You know, he can always just apologize. So, and here's what happened just in that last 2 or 3 minutes when I said, you know, here's my Rebel channel. It's Gov Regulator. 5 people already went on my channel and subscribed. So that's 5 more people, probably from New Hampshire, that know exactly how to handle this clown now. So I apologize in advance, Travis, but you just didn't stop, homie. Just come clean. Just apologize. And I'm sure the people will have mercy.
Well, the thing is, this clown ain't gonna want to apologize. He thinks he's the bomb, right? He thinks he's something special.
He might be.
Yeah. So the thing is, he wanted to be gangster. And here's the thing, like, people talk this stupid stuff and they think that everything stays the same. I don't know if he reads the Bible, but he should, because clearly in the Bible, it tells you how when God is doing a new thing, things change. And if Denise has it, I think if Denise wants to read it, she can, if she got it put together. Go ahead, Jaron. I'm gonna let you speak real quick, and then we'll see if Denise got it for us.
Yeah, I got some words. In this day and age of internet and accessibility and fast information transfer, imagine the tools, or I should say, regard the tools and the advantages that we have as grantors of power to directly communicate with servants in government and vice versa. I mean, the servants in government could be in a discussion. Somebody could be, propositioning them with, business opportunity or some kind of grift or some underhanded thing. And it could be in a community room or in the hall in the Capitol or an office building or wherever. And they could literally tweet out real time. Should I take $50,000 to do this? Should I vote this? Should I vote that? I mean, this is the greatest time in human history to be directly communicating. And we have the government that is most conducive to that. And so it's, in my opinion, in my view, it speaks to the heart of people who are sworn to the Constitution that somehow, now that they are in a position of power or trust here in the government, they think that they don't have to respond. But the irony is that they are in the position, technologically speaking, where you can back and forth with these people immediately. I mean, if I was a rep and someone said, "Hey, I'm in your district. I'm in Oologah, and you represent Oologah," I'd be like, "Okay, what do you think about this?" "Yeah, don't do that." "Okay, roger that. I won't do it." Think about how efficient and effective that would be. And the last point that I'll say is, folks, we don't get that unless your paradigm shifts and you stand on what Dave is teaching. So understand that this whole conversation is a prideful and resistant representative trying to stiffen his neck and be holier than thou and smarter than thou, than just recognizing, hey, here's the plain text of the Constitution. And New Hampshire's Constitution says held in a legal way. That's damning, bro. That's damning. If I'm in that position, I go, oh, okay, so you guys have all the power and you can make us do stuff. I would look at that and I would say, can you guys tell me to go break this and smash that and punch these guys in the face and go destroy that corruption? Could you please be better at being the grantors? That's what I would do. I mean, and that's how that teamwork, that's how this situation works. The servants ask their bosses, us, hey, what do you guys want? What's going on? How can I improve? And we have the obligation, and that's really what Dave is getting at. We have the duty and the obligation to not only know the law, to not only tell people and show them where it's written, the it is written method that Jesus made so famous and awesome, but we have the opportunity now to be forward leaning and not reactive. So whenever we see something that's wrong, we are burdened with glorious purpose to tell people that it's wrong, to show them the truth. And so that's where I'll speak to the folks that are listening. That's what we have to get to. And most people in America have this. We've been trained to be servants. We've been trained that the government's in charge of us. And that's one, not the law. Two, that's not true. But three, that's devastating to this nation and our world. So change the paradigm. These dudes have the opportunity to directly communicate with you. And the fact that they don't shows that they're scared, or shows that they're prideful, or shows that they don't want to take the chance, which means if they're going to take the chance to trust you, you have to have had to study to show yourself approved. That way, if they do submit and come and try to serve you, you need to take care of them. You need to protect them by telling them the truth and not lying. That's all I got to say.
All right, so guys, I'm I'm going to let y'all see something. So there's a guy who is there um, chatting off at the mouth on behalf of um, Mr. Travis for NH. So his name is on here, Chris Anastasia, I guess. I don't know. Anastasia, I don't know. Um, can somebody read in the comments that I just posted in the chat bubble what this guy said, and then I want you to see the cowardice of this Travis for NH guy. He's really
Yeah.
a guy who's undercover, really. He's just sitting back like a little wimpy chip, rather than coming and speaking like a man, but he swears he's gangster, right? He's so I'm a what did he say? I'm Irish. Yay. Right? So what I want y'all to see is, can you see that first picture of the gentleman, Chris?
Yeah, I can see it, Dave. You want me to read that?
Yeah, can you tell me what it says, please?
It says, well, it's addressed to you. Real Dave cares for you. If you really cared, you'd share your bar number and a case you've won. Seems easy enough for a non BS artist to do.
Okay, so I will address him even though he's too soft to come online, come open and talk. So for Mr. Chris, your statement, first of all, uh, it is a fallacy. There's an issue. You got some folly inside of your statement. First of all, sir, I need you to show me where it says that the people of America need to have a bar license to talk about the law amongst each other or to teach the law. That's what I need first. The next thing I need from you, sir, is for you to show me the bar license number of the first 13 states. Show me the bar number for the people who created whole law documents, constitutions that servants in government have to follow, who gave you permission as a bar member, if you are, to be able to even work in a state. So show me the bar card that was necessary for we the people to create whole legal documents called constitutions for ourselves to be able to change them without any government's permission. Show me the bar card for that. So the next thing you can do, Mr. Chris, show me what bar member wrote the United States Constitution. Let's do that. And then when you're done, come talk to me about my bar license number as if I ever needed one to talk about the law. And then you could go to the several states and you could look where it says that the people have the power to come together and assemble for the common good and consult law, consult on their behalf or for their own benefit, right? Show me where it says I ever had to have a law license to do that. That's an inherent right of one of the people. Next thing I would like for you to do, Mr. Chris, is to show me why in the states it says that the people have the power to teach the government fundamental principles of law. Help me understand that, sir, and show me where it said we needed a license. Then when you're done, go kick your own butt because you're talking stupid and you're ignorant. And can you read, Clint, who liked it up under in the picture under?
Yeah, so up underneath that, right there, up underneath. Is it in the same post?
I'll share it again.
All right.
So we're going to see who liked it. See, too weak to get in here and run his mouth, but let's see who liked that.
Should be at the top there. The purple pill. It didn't show up yet, though.
Just dropped.
Gotcha. Come on, refresh. Didn't show up yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. Travis 4NH liked a post you were mentioned in.
So the dang legislator who's too weak to bring his anus in here got clowns writing stuff like, Dave, if you want to act like you care for the people, show a bar card. No, clown. I show the people how to be free and we win, right? See, so I don't need to show you a bar card when I have people in the thousands that tell I help them win. I don't owe you that. As a matter of fact, a bar card means nothing. It's a private membership card, a Costco card. I don't have to be in the bar to talk about the law and the rights of the people. Y'all just hear that from people. Now it's out there. So it's nothing you can do. So I don't give a freak about your dumb bar card. I despise your bar card. I'm talking junk now. I spit on your bar card. Clown show people. Now you show me where it says I have to have a bar card in any state constitution to talk about the law, you clown. All right? You sound like P. Diddy's boyfriend. Stop it. All right. So, guys, we got to realize that these people want to make it seem like we need some extra permission to do what the law already said, guaranteed we could do. See, the ATF wanted to prosecute people with dumb attorneys who, for decades, guys, put people in jail. Pours water on ice card. Mic drop. Denise, you're funny as heck. So, guys, for a long time, people went to jail over gun situations when they had no lawful right to do it because a dumb attorney had people thinking, listen to us, we'll tell you the law. The whole time never telling you your rights in a plain state constitution that says that you have the right to protect yourself or have a freaking gun. The freak these people doing? These people doing, y'all? It's some freaking bull. Zora, go ahead and speak.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for this great discussion today. I have never filed an affidavit or taken any action to send notice to my agents in government, and this is relatively new to me. But I do have an interesting opportunity here. I live in South Carolina, and our Constitution explicitly states that all voting shall be done in secret, but counted
openly. Yep.
Openly, right?
Yep.
It uses the word observable. Okay.
Yep.
And what I would like to do is to put our Attorney General on notice that using a voting machine in our state is unconstitutional because you can't see the vote being counted. And I don't know, there's another aspect I could add, which is even if you disagree with that statement, there's no way that these machines can be constitutionally used unless you allow citizens to see how the votes were counted, which would really entail complete forensic openness.
Well, you could do that, and I think you should not only make it to the Attorney General, but make it to the federal legislature, Jim Jordan, Thomas Massie, make it to the Supreme Court, make it to others so everybody can see at the same time. I think Jaron might have written one like that already, similar.
Yep.
So you might want to talk to him.
I don't know how to get in touch with him.
Just send me a
right
DM.
He's right
I'm
here.
the good looking guy on the tractor.
He's the co-host with the tractor with the 32-inch blade.
On that big John Deere.
There you go.
So you must be in South Carolina.
Say again.
So you must be in South Carolina.
No. What Dave teaches is the fundamental law for the whole nation.
Yeah.
So you could actually write. So I've done one for this stuff, maladministration. Dave's done it for maladministration of elections, where you would just take your constitutional provisions and put it in there. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind helping. That's not a big deal. Just DM
That'd
me.
be awesome. That'd be awesome. And I think that thanks for the suggestion of putting my state legislatures, federal legislators, maybe our Supreme Court as well.
Heck
Yeah.
On notice.
Well, here's the
Yeah.
thing.
So
Right.
yeah, Dave's philosophy, and it's the right one. It's it's Article 1, Section 15 of Virginia Constitution, where it teaches us that a broad diffusion of knowledge is where we get our remedy.
That's where you get progress.
The more people you tell, the better, which is why I would also encourage you don't just send it to all of them. Get other people alongside you. So folks in your neighborhood, your family, church, whatever,
Right.
and do it as a big group. And that way, they're all getting hit with all these notices going, where does this come from? Because that's
Right.
just building up brick by brick. Like you just said, you've never done this. So the fact that you are now asking, which is good, but now imagine whenever you do. So at that point, you have just crossed over from a hearer of the word to now a doer of the word. And so if you can get to be doers of the word with you, that's what you're just, that's where the remedy is. So yeah, hit me up with a DM, and that's too easy, man. This is way too easy.
I will.
Hey, now let me
really
show you guys real quick. So this is how fast work gets done with us. Somebody literally comes up. Look at how liberating this is. Somebody comes up with the idea. We already have people who started doing it. We set up to get it done right away. We're about action, fast, and in a hurry. This is why the nation is flipping the other way. When OSHA was coming against the people, we sent out 6,000 notices to the Supreme Court. That's never happened before. And they quoted some of the same stuff we said in the notice in the Supreme Court opinion. But if you go look at the pleadings, you're going to find that nobody in the court case pled what we said in the notices. If you look at the ATF, what's happening with them? If you look at the administrative stuff, we sent thousands of notices to the Supreme Court about administrative agencies, told them they better deal with it, and they did. And not only are they attacking the administrative state, but they came out and said that they weren't using real courts to take stuff from people, and they tilted their hand against the scales of justice. And some people, as legislators who are dumb, will say, well, that was the dissent with Gorsuch. So you're saying Gorsuch doesn't study the law? And now, just so you can understand how stupid they are, after Gorsuch gave his dissent, now when it comes to being able to sue agencies, 9-0. There's not even a liberal judge that'll agree with these dumb attorneys who used to tell you that they have sovereign immunity or that you can't sue an agency. All that junk is gone. So don't let that fly by you.
Yeah, Dave, I'm glad you bring that up because another thing that really concerned me yesterday is that it looks like the Supreme Court may have quietly not taken some really damning evidence that is factual evidence.
So what you got to do is ask
prove it.
From who, and did they follow the law? Because there's a lot of people who act like they're trying to help the people who don't do stuff right. And because they don't do stuff right and they don't listen, they make mistakes. And then the Supreme Court should say, I'm not taking that.
Right. But my question is it possible for us to help remedy that mistake?
It depends on who it is. If it's somebody who won't follow the law, I won't do it. Who is it?
It was for the Kari Lake.
Oh, yeah, I won't do it. So Kari Lake's attorney, Blim, is shady as heck, dirty, and she knows.
Yeah.
And he's lying on people all across the country. He lied on Jovan and said Jovan was a fraud. He lied on me and said I was a fraud, but I got standing in that dang case, right? They wouldn't be in the Supreme Court or dealing with the Supreme Court if they didn't get standing in the first case. And then I showed Carrie how to win. In the local court, there's 2 cases that was already won in Maricopa County in Arizona, one by Wright and one by somebody else dealing with maladministration. And I'm the one who gave notice to Trump and William Barr of maladministration. William Barr used exactly what I gave to get a win in Arizona, and Carrie and her attorney wouldn't do it. So heck no, I won't help them. If they want to get...
Well, no, I get that. I'm not really interested in helping them as much as I'm interested in helping the people rid themselves of this.
The way we help the people is to teach the people the fundamental law so they can take over. There is nobody in a position of power right now in America that wants to move hard enough to take care of the people's business and teach people, except for Leah Cushman and maybe Thomas Massey. Nobody else is there in America as a politician who is exercising the seat they have well enough to be able to stay in control of stuff because they don't talk to the people. So the way to make this work the best is to tell the people, because the people, as our forefathers said, will reset the country and bring things back to order when they know the truth. So I'll say it like this. I would have more success spending 2 months with the people than I would have spending 2 years with Carrie.
Okay.
Because Carrie won't take action and she won't do stuff right and her attorneys won't. And I second guess her because she had information that somebody tried to bribe her and she held it for 11 months, which to me kind of makes it look like, allegedly, that you don't want to win. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody came out and said she didn't win these cases or her attorneys on purpose. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I would never do anything to make the Supreme Court help Carrie at all. Period.
I think recent history is way too full of great examples where people in a position to do something mysteriously change their course.
Well, I mean, just recently, Carrie Lake was going to vote for, and she was pushing for Jim O'Connor to be a chair in Arizona, and she had other PCs ready with her to vote for him. And then last minute, she told Trump to, from what I'm told by one of Trump's people, allegedly she told Trump to support this lady that was like in elections for 25 years and never did anything. And they flipped the script at the last minute and went the opposite way. And now they're calling the PC members like some right-wing extremists and all this stuff. But Carrie Lake, from what they said, they were training Carrie Lake and building her up and helping her. And then she flipped on them. So when and don't forget Marissa Hamilton too, who's the biggest flip-flopper in America. Carrie Lake lifted her up. Or Jen Wright, who was working with Noonchuck Dude, who didn't take evidence from people allegedly in 3 different situations over the election stuff, and Carrie Lake lifts her up as an election superstar. Just seems a little weird to me that you keep knowing all the bad guys as election superstars, but you ain't did nothing to fix the election stuff, and you let your team let Katie Hobbs off the hook. Katie Hobbs didn't have to testify because Carrie Lake let her anus off. What was that all about?
Yeah. And I won't say this specifically about Carrie, but just in general, I think one of the real problems that we have as a society is people are really afraid to pursue anything other than what they've been told is the right avenue and that nothing else would work. And so their minds are closed and they're afraid.
Yeah, well, I would say about Carrie, she told people in other states that that I got her standing. So she
right. And
she
so
ain't that,
it was
she ain't
clearly that I saw that when it happened.
She ain't that afraid to use it if her anus got standing and telling people in other states. Now, of course, I'm not popular because I got on her for hiding information about who bribed her. And I got on her for not telling the people the truth about the law. I just got tired of her, really. I mean, when you only care about yourself and I tell you that the people need to know the truth too so they can help support you and win and you'll win. And I got you standing and I give you the information to win the whole case in the law. And your ain't start saying stuff like, everybody wants to talk to me. I'm so busy. I gave you my friendship, but I don't have time to talk every day. Well, you got time to lose every day. and you got time to go fly all the way to where is she, to Budapest to talk to them about remedy, but your anus can't talk to American people. See, for me, when you won't talk, when you want to be a leader, as she says, in America, right? When you want to help the people in America, when you want to be in power in America, but you won't talk to the people who are the power, called Americans, I can't roll with you like that.
Yeah, and all that aside, we were told to shake the dust off our sandals and keep walking. If she's not helping you get anywhere, then we need to go to the next person, and maybe she'll repent later and figure out that, hey, this stuff really does work.
Well, the thing
right?
is, she knows it works though, because well, let me help you understand.
Yeah.
Carrie was on the campaign trail. I posted a video inside of the chat bubble. Carrie was on the campaign trail, and she says clearly Josh Barnett saved all the businesses, and he got the only full forensic audit in American history. So she knew that Josh took part in getting the audit. That was not anything that was hidden. I'm going to post it again so y'all can see it. So Carrie Lake knew that Josh got the audit, right? So let me ask you a question. When 2020 election happened and things were wrong, and Carrie Lake is the #1 politician in America behind Trump, why wouldn't she get an audit if she knows she wanted to make sure the ballots were done legitimately? Why didn't she make the legislature get an audit as the #1 Republican in Arizona?
Yeah, that question is very intriguing and does not point to really good motives.
Because here's the thing. She knows that Josh got it and admitted it in the video. And she knows that Josh saved the businesses, right? Yeah. So I'm the one who wrote the documents to save all the businesses and to get the audit. So why the freak, if she knows exactly how to win with all that stuff and she ain't seen no other wins, to the point that she'll speak about it on the campaign trail, why the freak wouldn't she use it when she's in the middle of the fire?
Yeah, I certainly don't think that has an easy answer. I'll just have to do what I can do on my own instead of depending on anybody else. Or, I'll try. But, if Joe Biden himself were to come around and go, hey, I'm all wrong, we need to help the people, I'd even be inclined to forgive him.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be a hard thing to believe.
Forgive anybody, but you got to have fruit worthy of repentance. You got to show that you're really trying to do right.
That's right.
And that's the thing. Like, we don't realize how much news.
Your deeds have to match your words, as you just said.
We don't realize how much news media runs game on us. So if news media doesn't want us to love somebody, they do whatever they can to make them look dumb on video. So notice with Trump, right? Yeah. They make Trump look stupid as heck all the time. But with Carrie Lake, when Carrie Lake was being raised up, they would show us video of her looking perfect in every angle. They were showing us her saying just the right things every time, and they weren't trying to make her look dumb and crazy. And then we see so the media kind of played a part in making her look like bigger than life. And then they start saying different things about her and attacking after the election thing, right? But the funny thing is, they continue to allow her to be able to get out there and talk. It's kind of deep. But then in all of her time out there, she doesn't show the people their rights or power.
Yeah, which makes the entire modern world hard to navigate. It's hard to know who to trust.
Well, the thing is, the Bible says, trust no man. But it also says you'll know them by their fruit. So the thing is, if somebody doesn't have fruit, you know that you aren't to deal with it. And that's the thing. Somebody said she was and is a Democrat. She seems exactly like, I'm going to go ahead and go there. I'm just going to be real with y'all. And I'm not trying to be funny. And I don't give a freak if people hate me because I'm not in this for clout. I'm just going to be real. So let me ask y'all a question. How many people on here are conservatives? If you are a conservative, please give a thumbs up. Please give a thumbs up if you're a conservative. Anybody conservative on here? Oh, it's a 10-second delay. Anybody? Y'all see conservatives? I can't see.
I'd say there are quite a few.
Okay, so quick question.
There's a lot of thumbs up, Dave.
All right, cool. Okay, so let me ask y'all a question. And I ain't trying to be funny. Hold on one second. I seen something from somebody and I couldn't see what it said. Okay. So real quick question. So how many of you guys, and I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be in your business, but I just want to ask you, if you have parties at your house with people dressed up as other things, and you do that as a norm, let's just say as a Christian conservative, how many of you would say you have parties at your house? Well, give me a thumbs down if you don't have parties at your house where you have people of the opposite sex dressed as other sexes around family or whatever. If you don't do that, let me know. So if you ain't got people dancing in your house of the opposite sex with other sex clothes on, let me know. What's that? I can't see. I heard something, but I can't see it.
Lots of thumbs down.
Okay, lots of thumbs down. So it ain't normal for conservative Christian people or Christian people to have parties like drag queen study hour. If that's not normal, let me know.
Yeah, not normal, Dave. Not normal.
Okay. So the thing is, people have come up and shown pictures of Carrie dressed in opposite sex and men with women's clothes on, like the Bible tells us not to do, right? And I'm just going to be real based on what God said. God tells men not to dress as women and women not to dress as men, but she's having parties like this and enjoying it. And you could tell she's enjoying it by the pictures at her dang house. So if that's not normal for conservatives to do, is that something that we think just left out of her? She converted or something to something else and it's just gone? Just wondering. Now you could change your faith, but I don't know if you could be Buddhist one year, Christian another year, this, that, and the other year. It might seem like you're flip-flopping a little bit. Just saying. Can't judge that somebody can't repent and change. But when you do a lot of stuff that seem wrong, it doesn't make sense that you just automatically have a flip and then you just make a mistake and fail at everything. Like you make a mistake and fail to get Katie Hobbs on the stand, and you realize something gets you standing, but you make a mistake and don't take the information to win. Or a couple of attorneys give you information to win. One helps you by doing an amicus brief to keep your case alive, but he offers you free services and you don't take that either, but your attorney sucks and don't come prepared. It just seems like it's a little weird, that you just keep having these same crazy things happen over and over and over again. It just doesn't make sense.
And it was very disappointing watching that trial.
Yeah, but you would think that any person in their right mind would kind of understand that something's not right.
So some of us don't have as much information to make, to formulate that. I think the thing I was thinking at the time.
Wow, where'd he go? Oh, shucks. What the heck? Y'all see that his mic just left and he just fell off?
Yeah, it looks like he dropped out.
Oh, where'd he go? That was weird. See if I can find him. Can't find him. He must have lost signal or something. Yeah, so guys, we got to realize that there's some weird happenstances. Oh, wait, he's back. Hey,
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you dropped out for a second.
No, I'm here. Something happened. It just went off.
Yeah, I know. Your phone popped off.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And then you dropped down. I don't know if you flew all the way out to space, but you're good now.
Yeah.
But go ahead. We're listening.
But no, I mean, and it's all more complicating to casual observers when we're seeing all of these attorneys being disbarred just for rightly asking about election controversies, and it's. But I take your information in good faith, and I think it's worth considering, worth weighing for sure.
Well, I showed the PCAPs, and even Carrie Lake's War Room account said, "Hey, David, why are you sharing messages?" Well, because you've been a clown, right? So they confirmed that the messages were hers, right? So the thing is that you know, I think sometimes people who get to a certain position think that they could just stop doing right or stop serving the people, or because their name is big, they could just do whatever and people are going to worship them. I'm not that way. It's like, if, I'll be real with you. If you being right and you're doing good, I'll tell you you're being right and you're doing good. But if you turn into a clown, I'll tell you you're a clown. Right. And I'll just say it. And I ask people to say the same thing to me. When I start slipping, I'm just like, dude, if I'm not getting stuff done right, if I'm tripping, if I'm slipping, let me know, so I can get myself in order. I don't want to lose. I don't want to suck. I want to be right. You know. And so, when it comes to Carrie and things happening that we see is clearly doesn't make sense, even for people who were her friend. They're like, dude, Carrie, like, why are you letting Katie Hobbs off the hook? Why did somebody try to bribe you and you won't tell us who it is? Like, you could go back and look up on Twitter and you could see, like, at least 3, 4, 5 months before she told, you could see me on Twitter saying, hey, Carrie, why don't you tell us who it was who tried to bribe you? Hey, Carrie, why don't you tell? Right? It's a shame when you say you forgot, but then I'm sitting there asking you and you won't respond.
Yeah. I guess ultimately it just leads back to we have to stand up on our own.
Well, we the people got all the political power, and we got to use it. And I think that's why some people, a few, get mad at me, because they're not really about the people being in power or having power. They want to have power. They want to be in power. So they don't say anything negative to me until I start telling people their rights. Right? As soon as I start telling people what they have the power to do to be free, and people have seen and won with it, they don't want people to know, because that means you can't control people anymore. And there's no money in not controlling the people. See,
I'm going to give you guys a shout out, and that was again Jaron. Yeah, so he may be. Is he still on the call?
I think he left.
I'll reach out to Jaron and also send out those notices. There's a South Carolina Safe Elections group here fighting for clean elections, or supposedly fighting for clean elections. Mm-hmm. And that will be a good opportunity to find out if they really are. I think they are, but I'll be sure to send them notice and try and build some momentum with that as well.
Perfect. Well, good having you.
And I appreciate hearing, understanding your strategy of spreading the knowledge wide, or the information wide, because that was a piece I was missing.
That's your
forefathers. Should just be telling everybody. Am I getting that right?
That's your forefathers' knowledge. It's not mine. That, like, Virginia Constitution, Bill of Rights, Section 15, that was them. If you look at Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, they say the same thing. John Locke says the same thing. Yeah, can you hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
I can hear you, Dave. I can hear both of you guys.
So they're blocking him from hearing now. But let him know that those are the words of John Locke and some of our forefathers. I just borrowed it from them. It's not mine. All right, y'all. So is there anybody else who want to take a mic before we take off? Because we got another space at 5:15. Is there anybody else?
I must have lost connection, or I can't hear anybody. I will just turn my mic off and hopefully restore connections shortly.
Is there anybody else who wants to take a mic before we take off? Anybody else? Anybody else got anything to say?
I hope some of the incognito listeners want to jump up and ask a question. We'd really love that.
Oh, they don't want that heavy heat. Go ahead, Chris. Chris. Hey, go ahead.
Okay. So how to make lemonade out of lemons, right?
Lemonade?
Yeah, how to make lemonade out of lemons. And show the other side, show our opponents that we have the guts to do what they can't bring themselves to do. So I made a post this morning saying that the notice doesn't call for an oath, and I said that Travis was intellectually dishonest for that.
Mm-hmm.
But when I got home, I went out, I had to go do some errands. When I got home, I looked, and he actually had pointed out that the part where we say, if you disagree with any of this, then put it in a sworn affidavit.
Oh, okay.
And he said, And he said, will you retract this and apologize? So I did. I actually went on and I said, yeah, I can see how you would call that an oath. So I apologize for that. I forgot about that and I retract that. But
Hmm.
all, to my knowledge, all other assertions stand.
Well, no,
So, I mean,
that's actually good that you're coming out and saying something, but one of the issues is going to be, does he already swore an oath to the Constitution? So is he not willing to tell that what you are claiming in the Constitution is not legitimate if he doesn't
right,
agree?
right. I'm just saying, like, hopefully they'll see that, yeah, if I make a mistake, if one of us makes a mistake, we strive for intellectual honesty, so we'll own it. But they haven't done that yet. Like Leah called him out for saying that there was none of his constituents. She came out and said, yeah, there was, and he hasn't apologized or owned it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing is that you see what's real in real life. Everybody who comes here can come here and speak freely and openly, and people can speak in love. If somebody wants to be a warrior, they can speak in anger. It is what it is. But that's the thing, is that most people will not come and just speak about honest truth and deal with the issues. And it's good. And I praise you for speaking up where you made a mistake, and hopefully he forgives, and he can see that you're real for that, but it's sad that people won't come and say anything about what they believe.
Hold on here. So you guys must have had, I don't know, 100 conversations back and forth, either assertions or questions, right? Easily 100, right? So what he's trying to do, and I don't agree with this, but he's trying to pick one tiny little thing that you made a mistake on and elevate that as the issue versus the first issue where he messed up and he doesn't agree with what he already swore to.
Right. I wanted to take that away from him, though, by admitting to it, because he showed it with a screenshot pretty clearly. So if I didn't address it, then he could just keep harping on it. But now that I admitted and confessed, I take that away from him. And now all the rest stands, I think.
Yep. Good man.
Well,
what do you think, Dave?
The thing is that he hasn't been legitimate or honest in the first place. He says a lot of stuff. He jumped out to try to attack something when he doesn't study.
Right.
And he wants to say some things as if his word means something. He then creates scenarios where he can demand things in order for things to be legitimate that he can't show himself. And then he wants to change the rules and say, let's look at his voting record, as if your constitutional duty is just to have a voting record. It's crazy. And so the good thing is that, we'll take politicians either way, those who want to ignore or say negative, evil things, or those who want to do right. The real issue is that America is starting to see that there's politicians who don't give a freak about the people.
Yep.
And there's politicians who do. And when you start raising the issue of your rights, and he goes and brings people into the fight, and they say stuff like, look, it don't matter if you think you got rights. The government got guns and they're part of government, right?
Yep.
The person saying it, and then Travis likes it. It just shows that you don't believe in the power of the people to come together and communicate as non-attorneys, as the people, and speak about their business or write constitutions or change constitutions. And you're so upset about it that you have the nerve to not say, hey, you know what? I'm a trustee of the people. I'm so thankful you guys are starting to talk about your business and do right. I bless you guys and encourage you guys in this. They literally got the nerve to talk about guns and violence. Well, the government got guns, so if they show up, then now what? How you going to enforce stuff if we got the guns? That's pretty much what they're saying, and it's dumb. So when the people start standing on their power, they can't accept the truth that we, the people, have learned, and we're not going for it anymore. They start doing stuff like slave traders did, right? Slave traders start realizing, oh man, y'all saying that we can't have slaves anymore and that the slaves could be free? Well, we might chase them down with guns, and then what? We might kill them. Now what? See, it's so stupid. You see freedom, you see justice, and you say you're for it. But then when you see people standing in their power, you want to bring up stuff about violence and the government using weapons. Why not say something like this? Well, guys, y'all standing up for your rights now. If any government actor should come after you with weapons for standing for your rights, we'll make sure we impeach them. We'll make sure that we refer them for charges. Why not say that? Right?
That would be a good change of pace, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because we are talking about actual things that's written in the Constitution that they're supposed to protect, right? So why, out of everything they can say, do they put up some negative, violent garbage?
Yep.
See, it just goes to show they think they're in power because, or they think they're all that because for right now, at this very moment, they see other government officials agreeing with them. But they have no idea how quickly things are changing. And then they're going to have to sit in the position where they give an account for every word they said. And there's going to be a trial by jury to say if they're right or wrong. And then we'll see how bad they are. See, the thing is, government doesn't stay the same ever when the people start learning the truth and the law. Never does it stay the same.
Amen. And there's going to be about
fast.
100 text messages to show his exact intent.
Yes.
And where his heart was at the time, today or a few days ago. And then when he does something else, everybody's going to see exactly what he was thinking before he did it. There is no getting out of it, you know?
Is there somebody that has like the whole thread of that? Because I've taken some screenshots, but they're like, you know how it is, they're all over the place.
People were screenshotting it as it was going. So you got to realize that, the maxims tell us that if an oath be false, there's punishment due. So this dude swore by oath he's going to protect the people's rights, and then him and his little team of buddies ignoring the law, right? People gave him notice. He's refusing to give remedy or to address their grievances, and then he's telling other people they don't have to openly, right? That's a breach of trust.
Openly mocking the people. Openly.
Yeah, that was cute to him. But we're going to see how cute it is by God when God deals with it. And I don't think it'll be long because the people here are multiplying so fast and sharing stuff around the country. Government officials at high levels already told that they'll tell on everybody else. Already, right? Supreme Court throwing people under the bus for this same foolish stuff. So we'll see soon because God is going to deal with it. Right? He could think he's getting away or he's Irish and tough, but everything is cute until the law aims at you. Right? When the government turns and they start looking at your wrong, then it's different. So he can talk junk and be cocky and talk about weapons and all this stuff with his little friends and think that the aggression towards nice people that's peaceful. Ain't nobody made no threat towards this dude. Right? But he can think that he can talk that way. And the ATF shows up at your door. They'll have more than enough power. The other guy, right? They're ignorant. The ATF got defunded. I just posted it today. And they've been losing all over the place. The guy didn't even know. See, they're just speaking about stuff they didn't know and what they talk about around their attorney friends. And they don't realize the attorneys aren't in favor like they used to be with the Supreme Court or with federal agencies. As a matter of fact, if y'all just watch I can't remember who it was, who destroyed attorneys right in the middle of federal Congress. Like, why do we need to give a freak what this body says? They're not part of government. I started cracking up. I'm like, wow, like just blew their back out, right? And the thing is that these guys sit in their little hearings and their little legislative meetings where they're talking about legislating over people's business. And they don't realize everything has changed around them. And they're so cocky, they don't understand. We study this stuff daily. We watch the federal legislature. We watch the federal Supreme Court. We know it's changed. They don't know. So they're just saying stupid stuff. And they don't realize, like, the very thing they're saying, the federal government and the Supreme Court is saying, you can't do that. They have no idea. So, God have mercy on them. But I don't think they're going to get too far away with the cockiness and with all the things that's happening. And you know that we're going to accelerate. We're going to send more notice to the Supreme Court. We're going to send more notice to federal Congress, and you're going to see stuff flip. I'm telling you, by God, right now, you're going to see us write notices and more things slip in the federal government. They're going to tell exactly like we say. In state governments, you're going to see the same. So let's just keep going. Let's see what's up, right? I mean, I'm not concerned at all about things not going our way because everything is already flipped, and even, you know, Jason Fick's attorney practiced in the Supreme Court for quite some time. He came out and said, "Man, I can see the notices y'all wrote. We were wondering what was making the Supreme Court act this way. Well, now we see. We know exactly what it is. It's clear as day, right?" So not everybody's going to be that smart. Not everybody practices at the level of the Supreme Court, and we know that a lot of the attorneys were taught wrong. I actually have scholarly journal articles telling that they purposely taught the attorneys wrong. And then the attorney will get in front of you and say exactly what they say they taught them. And the attorney will think they're so smart that you got to be wrong. And it's funny. I ask attorneys questions based on what the scholars said they lied to them about. And they fail 100% of the time exactly the same way. Every single time. And then they'll think they're not deceived. Well, I went to law school. I'm smart. I'm like, yeah, but if I ask you questions from the law books, I can open up the law book, tell you what your clown anus is going to say. In front of everybody, your clown anus will say exactly what I say you're going to say every single time. And then I'll show you the real definition. You'll see it. And rather than just saying, oh, shucks, that was different, you'll say, well, that book ain't important. Okay. Okay, dude. All right. Well, we gonna just let it be at that then. We'll just say the book ain't important. But other than that, Andrew, did you want to speak? Violet, did you want to speak? Rick James?
Hey guys, I was just going to say, in regards to that fella in New Hampshire, I mean, everybody that jumped on that little chat, actually it ended up being a big chat, but he was giving so much opportunity, by so many different people, and he just doesn't want to hear it, and that's, I just can't fathom how a guy, when presented with that kind of truth from different people, doesn't just take a second and say, hey, wait a minute. I mean, that'd scare the snot out of me if I was that guy. And that's all I wanted to say,
Yeah. Yeah.
And a couple things that I wanted to share was, by the way, the last time I heard somebody boldly say they have more guns than people is Joe Biden. And interestingly, when this guy likes it, a lot of these so-called Republican or conservatives are masqueraded as the other side anyways, or even quote unquote Republicans and conservatives through the schooling and education and the train of thought they have gone through in the last 50, 80 years of indoctrination, so to speak. It doesn't surprise that when they come into that power. But Clint said something about why do they keep asking for truth or proof early on in this conversation, and when they don't show any proof, and when you ask the proof, it comes out as some bills that they voted. Bill is a 4-letter word. I don't care, because if there are constitutional provisions already there, why do we need a bill to do something when we need to go back to, they didn't swear oath to bills, they swore oath to the constitutions. And it reminds me of why they asked, when Clint asked this, I was thinking about it, and I know why they ask. I have to go back to the Bible, because in John 4, when when the father comes to Jesus and say, "My son is dying. Will you help?" And up until then, everybody says, "Show us a sign. Show us a miracle. Show us a sign." So, who said Jesus was not funny? He is funny. He says, maybe you need a sign or a miracle before that happens. And
Amen. Amen.
and he says, no, I needed to be healed. But the interesting part is, he goes home, he gets healed. Here's the kicker. He asked people, hey, when did that happen? he was checking with it. Now, he might be doing on awe and reverence. I'm not going to take that away from him. But it was interesting. This is the fallen human nature, is he's checking and saying, oh my gosh. So he gets the credit for the miracle because it happened at the same time it happened. And praise the Lord, his whole household converts. But it's very interesting to see all of this being played out. And I think it's beautiful. I think at the end of the day, he will continue to destroy himself that way. And I think Chris said he's actually claims to be a Christian. Man, you haven't quoted a scripture, you haven't quoted anything, and you come after. And but I just wanted to say, this has been an incredibly educational for all around. And then he asks Leah, show me some documents or something that I will read up. And she puts a beautiful 8 or 9 and no comment on that.
Yep. Notice he likes the bad people stuff. He does not like the good people stuff. And I got to ask y'all a question real quick. Okay, so can y'all bear with me for a second? I'm just a Negro from the ghetto. I need to ask y'all a question so we can confirm. How many of y'all heard me say that I taught Karen Fan how to get the audit, that I trained her one-on-one? I did the documents to move forward to get the audit in Arizona. And I was behind the scenes working to teach her our power as the people and the law. And if it was true that I did help her do it and that I was working behind the scenes and teaching her stuff, would that be a win for me getting the audit in Arizona, or would that not be a win? Can I have some thumbs up if you think that would be a win? And have y'all heard me say that before?
Yep, we've heard you say that many times. Yep.
Okay, have I ever given y'all the PCAPs to explicitly prove that I was in communication with Karen Fan, me, and Josh?
Multiple times, multiple spaces. Yes, you've given us that information.
Would y'all like to see the most rock solid, hard evidence that you could ever see of me, Karen Fan, and Josh working together to get the audit in Arizona?
Are you going to show the photo at dinner, that one?
So here's the thing. We did a request and they gave back some of the requests. They didn't show the what's the name, but they're showing emails. So I'm going to show you guys so you can see if David Jose really took part in teaching Karen Fan and getting the only full forensic audit in American history, or if it was a hoax. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see the picture I just posted, the pictures?
Might take a minute to show up.
See, guys, because a lot of people talk and just make up stuff. When I tell y'all I hid the fact that I was teaching the government the law so that we can get stuff out. And now I'm going to show you real proof.
Okay, is it an email?
Yes, sir. 2 of them.
Yeah, I found
pictures.
it. Yeah.
What does it say, sir?
All right, this is May 7th, 2021.
And y'all can tell it's me because it's a typo, right?
We love your typos, Dave. You want me to start from the top, from what Josh said?
Yep.
All right, so this is Josh Barnett, I'm guessing? Yep. Okay,
Josh says... Who is he emailing, sir?
To Karen Fan. From Josh Barnett to Karen Fan. Josh says, I just got off the phone with David. He sent me a response, which I'm forwarding to you below. And then there's
it's supposed to be quo warranto, but go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Who warranto? Quo warranto is simply a constitutional challenge to the actions of government officials or their agents by asking, in quote, by what warrant of authority, end quote. And it demands that the constitutional provisions be given for the authority of actions one have taken. Any action taken outside of the Constitution / trust indenture is considered.
Oh, I was talking about trust indentures way back then. Keep going, though.
Oh yeah, trust indenture is considered a theft of power that was not granted. If elections are handled by legislature and at constitutional level, there is to be a lower level set of instructions declared by statute how that function will be carried out. If the functions are not carried out exactly by the trust indenture.
Oh, wait, way back then I was teaching Karen Fan how to destroy jurisdiction when somebody comes against you for doing what you're doing. I was showing her how to beat any case against the government for not following the law exactly. Keep going, sir.
Yep. It may be deemed as maladministration or warring with the state constitution or potentially federal constitution. The result ends up being unlawful authority being used as seen in Article 2, Section 2 of Arizona Constitution as seen below. And then you posted the provision there. It says text to Section 2, political power, purpose of government. All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. Pay close attention. This is text now. Pay close attention to the just powers. If someone didn't certify or follow strictly the law, they can forfeit a lot. Tell Karen to set up a committee or use a committee to do an investigation into the matter. It shows good faith. Otherwise, it can be highly damaging. She's been doing an awesome job. That's the end of that one.
Okay. Did you see the second part?
It's identical. I think it's the same picture.
Oops, sorry. Let me get you the other one. Hold on now. See, this is the thing. People play law, y'all. People play like they know what they're talking about. People play like they're fighting. But my anus is behind the scenes in the freaking trenches for real, teaching government all across the freaking country on federal and state level. So people can talk that silly stuff like, I don't know what's coming. But way back in 2021, when nobody knew I was bringing smoke behind the scenes and causing the audit to happen, I was causing that junk to happen, by God. What does the second part say, sir? I just sent another picture.
All right, hopefully it loads up here. It's funny, it's actually showing up in the middle of all of the other comments. It's not going to the top like it normally should.
Yeah. Now let me ask you guys. Now notice that Karen Fann had a committee put together in order to check on the election to make sure that it was not maladministered and to understand what might have went wrong in the election, just like I ordered her to. Now, what I need to understand is who else can show that they led Karen Fann to do an audit, not talking about fraud, but I mentioned maladministration way back then, teaching her how to get access to all the ballots that she wanted, 2 million plus ballots. Who else can show they did that? Wait, let me ask y'all a question. If you don't think this is sovereign citizen stuff, and I'm actually teaching the Speaker of the House in Arizona to do an audit, can y'all give a thumbs up?
You got to say it with a lisp, though. You got to put.
If y'all don't think it's sovereign citizen stuff, and that, hey, wait, let me ask y'all, where's the case number for this win? Where's the judge that said,
where's your citation?
David,
where's your citation? Yeah.
Where's your win with a case number from a judge? I didn't need a judge to make the state legislature do an audit, the only one in American history. Now, see, a lot of people talk stuff about the law, but who is going to show y'all that they got a full forensic audit by God themselves? Where is it?
I think I got it here. Okay, so Friday, May 7th. This is Josh saying this now. How can this be explained to Karen as easy as possible, Josh? Josh, and I think it says from Karen to Josh. Josh, not sure how to interpret this. Can you explain?
Okay.
And then
go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then it says quo warranto filed in the Arizona Supreme Court. You want me to read that?
You can.
It's kind of cut off, though.
Yeah, you don't have to because it ain't all there. Okay. So, guys, just to understand, this is from Arizona government themselves, their documents, right? This is an email between Karen Fann, Josh, and me. Now, can somebody explain to me what a Negro from the ghetto has any business doing teaching the legislative Senate president to get an audit? What business do I have?
That's like wizard grifter level status.
Yeah.
wizards.
Now, did y'all see me ask Karen Fan for money to help her get an audit in Arizona? Did y'all see me say you got to sign me up as a consultant so I could get rich off of saving the nation? Or do you see me clearly in there telling her what to do to deal with the audit, to deal with maladministration, and how to trap people? Y'all let me know. Right? See, a dumb legislative body member from New Hampshire will say Dave is a grifter. He don't know anything about the law. But did y'all know that the court, the other side, the bad actors in Arizona, tried to take Karen Fann and the legislature to court for doing a subpoena out of session? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? They literally tried to take her to court, and I taught them what to say. And we sent notices to the freaking judge. And guess what happened? The judge came out the next day, but he used to work for Perkins Coie, the pre-company to Perkins Coie. Well, the legislature got a power to send subpoenas when they're not in office. When they're not in session. Who told Karen Fann that she could send a subpoena not in session? I did. The attorneys all told her she couldn't. Am I lying now? I can't see if y'all give a thumbs up, but can somebody give me some verbal confirmation? Am I freaking lying?
You're not lying.
See, this is the funny thing. People will tell you what's not possible and what you can't do because you're not an attorney. And then I can walk my anus across the nation and win all over the place and nobody will ever know I did it. Now, I have never showed y'all email between all of us, have I? Never showed y'all a phone call between all of us. But now you're getting to see with government documents exactly what I did. Y'all want to know what else happened? We set up Matt DePerno to be able to talk to Karen Fann. Y'all believe that? See, this is the thing. Matt DePerno might not come out and talk about it. Matt DePerno is in Michigan, and I hear that he might have a little issue with that Karamo lady, and probably We the People notices. But the affidavit that Matt DePerno turned in Michigan, the basis of that was for me. 10,000 affidavits were turned in there, almost did an audit until somebody messed it up. I got some ideas about that. But guys, this is real deal Holyfield stuff. If my law stuff don't work and God hasn't blessed me to learn the truth and to be able to help y'all, how many of y'all can say that they moved a government official to create a committee other than Chris? How many of y'all can say that? How many of y'all know attorneys that got a full forensic audit? Where they at? Let me do it like this. Where they at though? Where they at though? Right? We got a lot of people who talk a lot of junk, but then they're not really about that life. See, when I tell y'all people want to kill me for real for winning behind the scenes, I'm showing y'all people lied to y'all about the full forensic audit and said they did it, but I just showed y'all the document where I led the legislature to do it. When Perkins Coie came after Karen Fann, they sent 73 attorneys. We went after them and they dropped all their stuff. That's why Mark Elias won't fight me. I beg Mark Elias to come get that smoke live. The Republican Party is scared of Mark Elias. I want to get action with him any day of the week, but he won't come. When the pre-Perkins Coie attorney judge went after Arizona legislature and let them do a case and he didn't recuse himself, we sent him thousands of notices and show how we had a common law right to have our legislative servants do subpoenas out of session in their power. And he knew not to fight. He gave in and went openly on live TV in front of everybody and said the Arizona legislature 100% has the power to do a subpoena when they're not in session, when people thought it would never happen. So I just showed y'all evidence that has not been put out there before, is hidden, where we got the full forensic audit in Arizona. I could also show y'all every step of what Karen Fann argued to make everything happen, what pages from the Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure. And I'm just going to come out and tell y'all, the federal Supreme Court is doing the same thing with us right now, and the federal people in the federal legislature and in state legislatures right now promising to prosecute bad actors right now. So you laugh as much as you freaking want if you big and bad. You can joke as much as you want, but when I tell y'all we're teaching government officials who promise to prosecute people and turn on people and throw their anus in prison, I'm not being funny. So you can make sovereign citizen jokes and all that, but I just showed y'all where I did this with the Arizona legislature way back in 2021. Starting in late 2020, we started it. This was 2021 where I'm showing you the conversations from the government. These were FOIA from the government. One of my people went and asked the government for the communications and got all the emails. The phone records gonna show my picture in the freaking thing. And if you're smart enough to subpoena everything from the federal government, you'll find that I've been teaching them too. So now when I say people gonna go to jail, I'm not joking. I'm not playing. And I got PCAPs, right? So I'm telling y'all, we the people are in a good position. We're about to see the whole nation flip completely, and you're going to see bad actors in governments in the states go to jail. You're going to see bad actors in the federal go to jail. I'm telling you with all I have within me, by God, it's true. It's true. When I tell you the stuff in law, see, people say that Dave Jose stuff doesn't work, it's sovereign citizen stuff. Yeah, that's because you don't know the real law and you think everything is the same. But the people who are your higher ups are talking about putting your anus in prison. And I'm going to just keep that a secret for now, right? I'm going to keep it a secret and we're going to let everybody see in real life. The people who are attacking the people right now and doing wrong, including in the agencies, are going to go to jail. They're going to lose property. They're going to lose. They got little trust accounts they set up to put money in. And those trust accounts have been investigated already. And these clowns don't even know. They write their names a little bit differently or create trust accounts and send money to trust from their CPS cases, their child support cases. They're sending tons of money and they don't know that they're already being watched. Already. Government officials are going to prosecute their anus. So when people talk this stupid junk to me, I laugh because I know I have the real evidence. I know I ain't smart enough to know this stuff. God led me into a place where I can see the truth and law, and he's put me in places where I'm among powerful men and women, and I'm not even supposed to because I'm a nobody. But I guarantee you, I bet you people go to jail. I bet you people talking junk on Twitter today, they gonna find out from government themselves that they're not going to side with them. So, hey, it's cute. It's cute for today. But I take total comfort and joy in knowing somebody can talk big jump today and I'd be sitting there watching where they're getting investigated and they're about to get in trouble. And I'll humble myself and laugh it off while I know what's going to happen. Right? So, guys, we the people are in power. We have all political power. The nation is flipped. Things ain't the same as it used to be. Right? It ain't the same. And God tells you how he'll do a new thing. And he ain't lying, man. He is amazing. So, with that being said, let's see. We're going to take Violet. You want to talk? We're going to take Rick James.
Hey, Dave. This is Rick James.
Hey.
Hey, I really don't refer to myself like that. My name is James. I'm sorry. But I had a question. I was watching that interaction with Chris yesterday. I was in part of that interaction also, and I'm not sure. I can't remember if it was Maynard or Travis.
Mm-hmm.
But Chris said something just now about asking Travis to swear by what he said, and I didn't really catch that. This is just for my personal knowledge. Maybe somebody else could also benefit from it also. But he said that he issued an apology in good faith to him about that. And I really didn't understand what he was saying when he said that.
So there was a notice that was sent out. So Chris and different people who had issues in his state sent notice to the government asking them to hear their issues as a redress of grievance. And a lot of the government officials in the state don't realize that they have a duty to redress grievances. So if you go to the legislative section of New Hampshire Constitution and you look at their duties, you're going to see the first thing mentioned in the bill duty is to where it tells them to write legislation that's good for the state. It first says redress grievances. So every government official in New Hampshire already swore by contract and gave their oath that they would redress grievances, even if they didn't read it. So as a people, we nicely went to government officials and told them that they have a duty to hear redress of grievances and follow the law as written in the Constitution. and we CC'd the Supreme Court, CC'd Jim Jordan, CC'd some other people to let them know that we're peacefully and nicely trying to give them a way out of any wrongs in order to make things right with the people, because that's what I believe is right first before you get somebody prosecuted. You tell them the truth, you try to give them a way to make things right, and you forgive them if they say they're sorry, right? So they were given notice, and a lot of them didn't have any idea that it was written in the Constitution that they couldn't do the people wrong, because the attorneys will get them to come into office, sign their paperwork, but never give them full disclosure of what they are supposed to do. So Chris and them nicely sent them documents to teach them. Some of the legislative body members came across and started talking and doing right, and others thought they were bad mamma jammas and like, whatever, screw you. So this one dude sends out something saying, oh yeah, look what these sovereign citizens sent me. So he don't realize,
Yeah, I saw that.
so he don't realize that he got a notice that's based on his contract that the Supreme Court is already setting them up to go to prison, pretty much. Like, I'm gonna just say it like this. The Supreme Court is looking at the situation and saying any agents that have done wrong against the people, they're liable to go to prison, and they're letting out the information a little bit at a time. They started out with, you don't have the right to govern over the people as agencies, you're below them. Then they came out and said, we've been cheating against the people by allowing things that are not courts to take their stuff. Then they came out and said the agencies don't have immunity, like the whole government thought they had immunity for some dumb reason, right? But so the attorneys
Yeah, the 9-0 decision.
yeah. So the attorneys were telling all the government officials and agencies that they had immunity. So I went to the Supreme Court with thousands of other people, and we sent them notice saying, hey, we need you to first let them know that they don't have the power to use agencies to infringe on our rights. So then they came out and said it. Then we said, listen, we need you to deal with this gun situation. They did it. Then we said, look, and we showed them the law that says you can't interfere with private right to arms. They did it. Then we did the administrative stuff, so they set their whole calendar for the administrative stuff we addressed. So now if you look at the Supreme Court calendar, they keep saying more and more in every case over the administrative stuff. So we are now sending one that says, now come out and tell government officials who break the law can be punished, and we're going to put the law in there, and they're going to tell. And Representative Massey already told too. It's hilarious. But
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah. So these people in government don't know that we're walking the Supreme Court along the way, and that's how I was able to tell y'all every single time, 2 weeks to a month before the Supreme Court exposes something or the federal legislature, I was able to do video telling y'all what they were going to do next, right? So people who think, oh, this is just sovereign citizen stuff, don't realize the communications we have with government. So they just think, oh yeah, well, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's a hoax. I'm like, okay, good, believe it. I'm not even going to try to prove to you. I want you to keep fighting the way you are. Stay as you are and get as cocky as you can, because this is going to be exciting, right? So
I saw that statement you made yesterday, actually.
yeah, so they're frustrated as heck because they have been used to running over people, and now they got the nerve to even come out and say, oh well, that could possibly be a theoretical right, but the government got guns, and they don't realize the other part of government already turning on them, so they don't know. And I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell them the government is turning on them, because I want them to be what they are. So if I show you the truth and your anus think you're a gangster and you just gonna do what you want to do, keep doing it. You bad, right? But everything they do is gonna be evidence against them. So what happened is the gentleman, Chris and them, sent the notice, and in the notice it said, if you believe that what we're saying is untrue, swear by penalty of perjury is not. Now I'm gonna tell you what's funny. So these guys think they're brilliant, right?
Dave?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Rick? Clint, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Sorry.
Okay, I think they messed up.
I got you.
Okay. So, Rick, can you hear me again?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, so here's the deal. These people think they're smart. So what they think is, if we just disregard your notice and act like it's not true or ignore it, nothing can happen. And this is what's funny. If you look up the law of trust, right? When you present a notice to a trustee, what happens is the trustee must respond in good faith. This is why New Hampshire Constitution says you must have a responsive and lawful government. So when a trustee gets notice from you and they fail to respond and they don't tell you the things that they should as a trustee, they're doing wrong in itself. So he thinks, okay, well, I could just ignore Chris's notice, call it dumb, whatever. So Chris tells him, if you think I'm lying or we're wrong, just respond by affidavit and say what we're saying is not true and swear to it, right? Now, here's what happens. If he doesn't respond by affidavit and swear to it, it means he agrees by what's called tacit acquiescence. You can find that in the maxim. Now, if he says, well, I don't have to answer whatever, saying I don't have to answer whatever becomes evidence against you that as a trustee, you failed to respond. And your state constitution says you're going to be a responsive government. So just because he doesn't know what the state constitution says, him doing the very acts that the Constitution said he would not do becomes a crime or a breach of trust against him for every single issue, which in any court of record would get him prosecuted. So Chris said, respond by affidavit if I'm wrong. Now, if he responds by affidavit, he also loses any chance to have any immunity in any way or plausible deniability, because what happens is when he writes the affidavit, he has to swear that something is true. So not answering gets you in trouble. Answering by an affidavit and lying gets you in trouble, and you have no protection. So Chris asked him to respond, and then he came out just making a blanket statement. He's like, oh, I don't have to respond to somebody's sovereign citizen document or whatever in so many words and swear by whatever. And Chris is trying to ask me to make an oath to their stupid stuff. Now, this is how ignorant he is. So Chris did write a notice, and Chris made a mistake because he said, wait, I didn't ask you to swear. What you talking about? But I don't think Chris realized that he was talking about in the document with the oath about what he said is wrong with the notice, which he won't write, right? So Chris is apologizing to him because Chris had it in the notice that you got to swear. But here's what just happened. So by him coming out in the open and saying he don't have to swear, he's openly showing evidence that he's not being responsive, though his constitutional oath says he would. Then he's fighting openly against the trust by saying, how y'all gonna force me to do it if I just say no? So he's screwing himself so big. He don't realize like any jury would prosecute him and throw him under the bus, because everything he's doing is going against what's in the text of the Constitution, which will be in the law of the court. So the court will see what the Constitution says he has to do as a contract, and then he's showing, screw y'all, I'm not doing it. How you gonna make me? So it's amazing. So Chris apologized to him though, but still, people got screenshots of him doing this stuff all over. And from what it looks like, I can't say 100% for sure, it looks like he's trying to get with his friends and try to make a fake record as if we're aggressive, which is great because now we have evidence. It looks like he's doing what some politicians do. They'll try to make references to you being bad and then try to do like try to put charges against you or something like that. But the things are so far forward in the federal government right now that I guarantee you, if they try to pull it, they're going to go to prison for life. I bet you, right? And it's so easy to see because everybody has given them notice of what it is that they've been doing wrong. It's so much worse on them right now because everything you do is documented as you being told you can't do it. And it's shown to you in law. So anything you do now has to be done with malice, full knowledge, and understanding, which will put you in prison. So they don't know how much is coming against them. They don't know how much has been done already. Notice when I did the audit in Arizona, I hid it from y'all, and I don't think I talked about it until 2022. I hit everything, right? So I'm telling you, the level of stuff that we're doing with government officials and federal and states now is so much higher than what I've done with Karen Fan or anything like that, that I'm telling you. And I'm being so nice and loving when I say it. People are going to freaking prison. And I'm going to tell you what else. By God, they're going to return people's kids. Like there was a beautiful legislator in New Hampshire. Oh my gosh. I can't remember who it was, but Chris showed his email. He said, Chris, I'm
Bob
waiting.
Wary.
Oh my Jesus. This dude said, I realize that things have been done wrong against the people, and I understand there must be remedy, and I'm looking forward to open the door. And I'm saying it in so many words, paraphrasing. It's not his exact words. But he said he's looking forward to people being able to get restoration. That's the word that God used. God tells you that where is the man that says restore? When the government has made unlawful laws in order to take people's kids, properties, grandma, etc., God tells you he's looking for the man who says restore. And this guy, Bob, said it. I was moved so much. I said, Chris is doing some powerful work in that state because God is using him to touch good people. So we got some good people in government around the country, some good people that want to do right. They just didn't know how. But guys, look, we show you the law. We show you the conversations behind the scenes. I ain't show y'all a lot of stuff. I got years of stuff that I've hid in order for the nation to move forward. And I can't talk about it because as y'all see, I got deep state that follows me all over, trying to find a way to counteract everything I show y'all to win. So sometimes I just got to get the win first and then tell y'all about it because they're actively trying to stop it. So you got to use some strategy, right? So today, you guys have been able to see we the people have all political power. Now, I used to say this to y'all. I used to say, hey, y'all, whoever led anybody to get a committee to handle the people's business other than Chris? I didn't tell y'all till today. I led Karen Fan to do it. So it's not important for me to get recognition for everything I do. It's important for us to win. And I'll brag on y'all all day and hide the stuff that God is allowing me to do. But I can guarantee y'all, people gonna return them kids, and people about to get out of jail that they let go to jail unlawfully, and y'all gonna see the nation restore and turn back to justice and good stuff. And I'm just telling y'all how it's gonna be. You can laugh, you can doubt me, but it's there.
Hey, Dave.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
On that topic you just referenced, we actually have a New Hampshire rep here on the call. His name's Jason Gerhardt, and
he's a beautiful man.
He was imprisoned without a trial by jury, moving by the common law, and now he can't get his firearm. He was in prison for 12 years over statute. So is there hope for him that we can restore?
Heck yeah. They're going to have to restore. And that's something I wanted to do already because Jason has been so active in helping the people and loving the people and talking to people. I'm telling y'all, he's another one of those beautiful men. We met around the time we met Nikki McCarter and Leah. Amazing man that just wants to do right. And he definitely has hope because a statute. So I think I showed you guys the case in the federal where the stupid attorneys in the court attacking the prosecutor said that a man can't, or the state, a man can't have justice to have guns again because he had a felony before and he went to prison. And then their argument was he can't be considered one of we the people anymore because he went to prison. And then the court came out and said, oh, no, he's still considered one of the people and he has the right to have a firearm. So they tried to get him for having a firearm. And I was telling y'all, hey, y'all, this stuff they're talking about, you can't exercise your right no more because you went to prison is a hoax, right? And then the court came out with a ruling. So, yes, Jason Gerhardt can definitely give notice to the legislature, federal and state, and to the courts, and he can demand that they show that his rights are restored because he has the right already. But
and what about some sort of a reparation for the 12 years he had to spend in prison over statutory junk?
Well, what he can do is he can give notice to the courts and to the legislature, and he can demand that he have remedy. And then what's going to happen is he can set up an arbitration clause inside of there. Now, what's going to happen is the dum-dums in the government and the attorneys, they're really ignorant with this. They're going to say, when you say, hey, I want to get an arbitration done with you, they're going to say, well, I have to agree first. Well, in the state constitutions and in fundamental law, the government agrees to be bound by the people in a legal way at all times, ahead of time. So whenever the government is dealing with the people's business, they're already accountable by contract. So the attorneys are going to say, we don't have a contract with each other. The state constitution itself is a contract. If you don't believe me, look up the definition of compact, then go to Virginia Constitution, and it's going to tell you about this being a social compact. You go over to Massachusetts Constitution, it's going to tell you that how governments are political associations and that they are contracting with one another, right? Now, being the fact that it's already a contract, we the people have individual rights. And with our individual rights, we have the right to defend them and possess property and rights. So your rights are your property. You have the 100% guaranteed right to defend them, and nobody in government can stop you. This is why the case was won against the government over a man's right to carry a gun, even though he went to prison before. Now, once you have individual rights that the government promises to protect, the law of necessity, go to Maxims of Law book, go to the necessity section. It tells you that if there's no remedy, but you have a necessity, that you can make a new law just for necessity. Or you could do things that's not normally lawful for necessity. You can make new remedy, right? So what you do is you put a arbitration clause for whatever amount of money that would be fitting for what they've done. Don't be crazy. Don't say $100 billion gazillion dollars, but use something prudent and reasonable. Put the arbitration clause in there, and then put in there that if they fail to respond, they agree. And now notice, as trustees, they have a duty to respond. They don't know that though, because the attorneys won't tell them. So put in there that they have a duty to respond. And if they fail to respond, that you can use an arbitrator of your choice. You're going to have them, they owe this much money, and that no court can rehear this matter, but all courts of record must accept it as true. Now, dumb attorneys going to tell you no court has to accept that. You're wrong. Courts must accept uncontroverted affidavits as true, period. And I showed y'all 4 cases when I did it for Trump's people, right? Now, on top of that, they're going to try to tell you that they can get out of it by just telling a court not to listen. I'm already telling y'all that the courts are already turning on them and ready to throw them under the bus, as they have been doing with the Supreme Court practicing attorneys in the administrative ATF cases. I told y'all ahead of time they were going to throw them under the bus and that they were going to start losing like crazy, and then they did it. So I'm telling y'all now, they're going to start throwing them under the bus over this issue of government not being able to be sued, just like they said about the freedom of speech stuff and the government acts against the Constitution stuff. Just watch. So they're going to throw them under the bus, and then what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to take all your arbitrations and all of your you're going to be able to do arbitrations. Now, I don't know if I should tell y'all this. Okay, if God lets me live, on the 13th, I'm doing a webinar. In the webinar, I'm going to show you how we're going to bring back the people's arbitration using old law. And then I'm going to do a notice and have it ready for that webinar. And we're going to send it to the Supreme Court to get the Supreme Court to tell that the people have the right to sue the government. And they're going to start accepting the people's right to do arbitration in the old way as a right of the people. Now, all the terms and conditions for arbitration are met by the affidavits and notices and the fact that every government official is bound by you in a legal way based on the Constitution. So there's really no way to run. And by not responding to every point in the affidavit with law showing that you have the right to do it, which is impossible, they lose the arbitrations. If they respond and say that you're correct, they still lost, but they might be able to communicate with you and get off a little bit easier by settling with you guys, which I'm cool with. Like I told the people who took my little guys, I said, listen, if y'all just do right I will forgive y'all. Turn my kids back. I'll forgive y'all and let it go. But if you think you're going to keep them, you'll find out, right? So in the same way, if y'all should have mercy on people, that's the godly thing to do. If people repent and say they're sorry, you forgive them. If they do it early, just forgive them. If they don't, and they get their anus caught up and now they figure out they lost and they try to say something, settle with them. Let them give you something to make you happy and them happy, and tell them about the mercy of Jesus Christ, right? Don't totally destroy them. And like I said, when you got the right to take somebody's house and all that stuff, like they took the Bundy guy house and the judge attached that property, don't think that you can't do that junk to bad government actors too. So if you have the chance to take their house though and all their stuff, and you realize their kids won't have anywhere to live or won't be able to eat, you don't do that. If you're one of my people and you see that you got somebody in the trap because they did you wrong, but you won't have mercy on their children, I'm not going to help you, right? Have mercy on their children, make sure they're okay. But the people who did wrong, they're going to be in trouble, okay? So if they won't repent and they won't stop, let it go where it's going to go. Now, for those who fight and want to go down with the ship, Isaiah 49 tells you exactly what God says he's going to do in that situation. I ain't got nothing to say about it, right? But that time is coming really quick. So on the 13th, if the Lord lets me live, I'm going to do a Zoom webinar, and I'm going to show people how to do it with the arbitration part, and break it down using the old law, using everything else that would be necessary to show it, just like I did with, I showed you how we were going to stop the ATF, and we did it. Every single thing I said, every single thing I put in the notice, y'all see the Supreme Court mentioned it word for word. When we did the notice for the administrative tribunals, I told y'all exactly how we were going to do it, exactly what they were going to say. And the Supreme Court came out, said exactly what we said in the notice, did exactly what we said do. So it's going to be the same, by God, with the rest of the stuff. So with that being said, 13th, we're going to talk about it and discuss it. Pray for me. I will have a notice done. If Jason wants to see a copy of the notice, he can see it, and he can start doing it in his state as well, and with the federal. And like I said, you guys are going to see a lot of stuff flip. Y'all going to see a lot of victory come. And I'm thankful for the challenge. It's fun for me. So when big bad wolves come or big Goliaths come and they say what you can't do and they want to doubt you, I keep providing PCAPs for what we do. You can say it's happenstance, but never before have I showed the government conversation back and forth until today with Karen Fan. And I got a whole lot of others. So we got Jason Gerhardt. I love this dude, so we're going to let him speak. Go ahead, Big Jason. Jason, can you hear us? Uh-oh. Oh, here he is. Go ahead, Jason. You got the mic. I'm going to mute out.
You're muted, Jason.
All right, how about that now?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. I want to say thanks for everything you've been doing, and also for helping with Chris and his people in New Hampshire have been helping out big time. Also have a case coming up on Tuesday for videotaping in a federal courthouse. Yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to say was, as far as the reps go, I think the issue is people just want to believe they're right, and they just dig their heels in because I'm a representative. And I think the kindness approach is the best approach. So I'm going to try to talk to these people and see what's going on. What I've come to learn real quickly is the more educated someone is, the worse they are. They just cannot change what they've been taught, and it's all bullshit. So anyway, thank you, Dave.
You're 100% right. And here's the thing. If you can talk to people and let them know the truth and they decide to hear the truth, I'm about mercy first. But when people act like gangsters and start talking about, oh, the government got guns and yeah, you got rights, but what you think gonna happen when the police come? That's where I lose patience with foolishness real quick, and I start trying to make people go to prison for life. And that's my thing. If he wants to apologize and be right, I'll love him and I'll forgive him like God says. But if he keeps being gangster, I guarantee you, his name is gonna be in the next notice. And I'm going to show the people what he said. I'm going to show the federal government exactly what this dude is saying. And I'm going to put his name in a notice that goes to the Supreme Court and let it be known. This is the kind of stuff they're doing when the people try to exercise their rights. And that junk ain't going to be tolerated, right? Like literally, I will send the evidence to the Supreme Court before we ever get there. you know? So thank you for that, Jason. And thank you for speaking up for people. And it's true. Yeah, people are indoctrinated. Um, the only problem is that it's one thing if you're indoctrinated and you ain't handling business that affect people's rights. It's another thing when mothers and fathers in New Hampshire want their kids back and they can't get them, or they're getting punished or targeted, and the people who are holding the power won't allow them to get remedy, and their lives are on the line. See, if it was me and the guy Travis said something to me, I wouldn't even give a freak. I'd be like, okay, dude, whatever. But when I know there's a mother that's crying that can't see her kid, and I know that I think it's 22 parents a day killed themselves because the courts keep their kids from them, even in cases where there was no jury, that's what hurts me super bad, because I know just because God let me suffer through stuff and see stuff and grow up in the middle of the ghetto where people were getting shot in front of my face and stuff like that, and I saw it and it made me a little bit stronger with seeing bad stuff and I can handle it for myself. Those little bitty moms that God let me see, like on the first day that I went to a CPS meeting, I saw a mom that was a little white lady, probably 135 pounds, and then a little Hispanic lady about the same size. And both of them were saying in two different languages on the same day, they won't let me see my babies. They won't let me see my babies. My heart got broken because I realized somebody who wasn't strong enough to fight for themselves might be in a battle where they're being hurt. Like a mother's love and like a mother's attachment to their baby is so much stronger in a way than a father's. Like fathers love their babies, whatever, but they didn't birth them. They're not attached at the hip. Like women, when they feed their baby, endorphins come out, are in the woman and comes out of her and goes into the baby. So they share a connection that's so strong that as a man, it would be disrespectful for me to try to act like my power to do what God gave me to do is the same as a woman's, right? So it's a disrespect to women, kind of like when people say, oh, a man can birth a woman or a man can do it better than a woman can. That's a dang lie. God gave a woman to nurture a baby in a certain way because that's what he saw fit. And he tells us that women are our helpmeet. So when I see this, when I see women in New Hampshire sad as heck and broken over their kids and a government official won't hear them, that's what makes it worse for me than anything else. Because, yeah, God has given me his spirit. He's given me wisdom and strength where I don't want to kill myself over something that happens bad, but I'm ready to fight using the real law. But I know that it might not be the same for a person who don't believe in God, or it might not be the same for a woman who is more fragile than a man is. So I realize that I have a duty to do the fight, do the work that they have a hard time doing because of what they're going through. So that's what makes me a little bit more serious when it comes to stuff like what Travis is doing, where I know, like, I'll let the people know next. I'm going to let the people know. He can repent if he wants to, then I might be cool. But, outside of that, I'm going to put his name in the notice and his text messages as evidence to the Supreme Court and to the federal legislature so they can see what's happening to the people when I let them know that we have the right to sue government, period, and to prosecute them. And it's going to come out that, yes, we do have the power to do it. The Supreme Court is going to see what the people are going through, and they're going to 100% blast everything that's being done wrong. Now, I don't believe in getting even in any aggressive physical way, but I'm definitely going to use the law to bring truth to judgment in a peaceful way. And I'm going to let a trial by jury for everybody who's wrong be the determinant factor on what's going to happen. And that's just what's real. But if you can, let him know. And if he wants to do right, I will forgive and I will let it go. Especially for the people in New Hampshire who are begging for justice, But at the same time, just know, for the legislators who will do right, I have a duty to love every legislator. I have a duty to forgive from Christ and to help them see the truth. Because For the legislature in many states, they tell me that the attorneys never gave them full disclosure of what was in the state constitution. They just don't know. And so I want to be right to every legislator and let them know what the law says so they can have a chance to be right or wrong. I'm cool with either way they want to be, but just you have to give them a chance to know the truth first. And I think that is fair.
Well, can I ask you a quick question, Dave? I don't want to take too much of your time, but why couldn't one of us legislators just put direct questions forward to whatever the chief attorneys are? Not the attorney general. I did see anyway, I saw him the other day, but why couldn't we just do that and put them on the spot, basically saying, am I liable for not following X, Y, and Z, and just get the facts out there and be done with this?
You can, but see, what's going to happen is they're not, as attorneys, is not in their best interest to tell you, because the Bar Association makes most of its money off of legislative tribunals. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can find this video for you, Jason, where this one guy who is an investigator found out about the fake names and trust accounts that the government officials were using to get money off of CPS cases. And what happens is, under Title 42, there's a fund that of the judges and attorneys, you'll see how, so if you look at judges and attorneys in the CPS cases, often in different states, you're going to find the name that they use on the Supreme Court roll of attorneys is going to be their full name, proper name. And then you look in the CPS cases or the child support cases, when they're writing orders, a lot of times they'll change the name. So they might put, like, if their name is Michael John Wilson, they'll put M. John Wilson, or flip it around a little bit. And they think that they're taking away their liability because they're writing the order, which is not really an order because there's no court, in a name other than their normal name. And then they have trade accounts a lot of times that they'll send money to in the middle of the night. So Title 42 will have a federal program under the executive and send out money to trust. They'll split the money up between each other. They'll donate some of it to the general fund. Arizona got in trouble for that recently. And then within the last probably 10 years, 15 years, what happens is when they donate that money to the general fund and the other actors separate the money in the political subdivisions and such, they're making money outside of their normal pay. So the Bar Association knows very well this is how the state gets a lot of its budget. So what happens is they hide it because it's not beneficial financially to tell the truth, right? So if you look at that hearing with Leah, the last time she was there, the lady at the front said, "Leah, are you familiar with the fact that CPS cases are not criminal and they're not civil, like they're not normal cases?" The woman don't realize what she just said on live TV. She literally just told that it's not a criminal case, which means that you can't have a court of competent jurisdiction proving that somebody was injured. Therefore, every action you do after that is nullified and a criminal act. And then when you say it's not civil, it has its own rules. Well, the fundamental law says that you can't change the rules of a court of record in order to try somebody. So when you take the kid and you know that you're not using a civil court or a criminal court nor a court of record, what you're doing is guaranteeing that you're committing a crime in pretty much every case, right? So the attorneys have to be telling this woman, if she's not an attorney, that this is okay. The problem is that the Supreme Court knows darn well it's not okay. Thomas Massie came out and told after we sent notice, and he did hearings and said, listen, you can't use something that's not judges in order to run a case where you take something from one of the people, period. So the very fact that they removed Leah and put that woman in front of the group, and she told that on the record that these cases are not actually cases, that was a bad look. So you can ask them, they may not tell you. But the sad thing, look up Georgia and their probation, how a whole bunch of government officials and attorneys got in trouble for breaking the law with probation. Everybody thought it was cool and fun until their anus got caught. And I can show you another case where somebody got prosecuted and the judges and the prosecuting attorney broke the law. And then the person learned the law, got out, used the same law against them, one of them committed suicide trying to get away, and I think the other one tried to escape. I think he got imprisoned, the judge and the prosecutor. So it's so bad right now that the attorneys are just hiding the information. But you do have power to question all of the entities by yourself as a legislator. If you look in the Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure, it tells you that the government officials as legislative body members and committees have the power to investigate into any matter by which they might write future legislation. So you have the right to dig in. So yeah, I would send them notice one-on-one and ask them. I would also present what Thomas Massie said. I would present what the Supreme Court has said and just ask them, is this true? And what should probably happen is you guys should probably start calling the attorneys and et cetera, the bar, into meetings and ask them to swear under penalty of perjury that it is their belief that you have the right to bypass the Constitution to take stuff from people. And let them answer. See, this is what you got to realize. As legislative body members, they'll use your office and seat by asking you to pass some legislation that's not legit, that'll get you in trouble because your name is on it. And then they'll tell you can't get in trouble. And then what they'll do is they know their name didn't go on the document, so it's only your name that's going to jail, right? So that's what they do a lot of the times. When they get CPS workers to take people's kids unlawfully, they don't sign the document. They just tell you you got the right to take any kids you want to at any time. And I can show you Supreme Court cases. I can show you audibly and visually the High Georgia court telling, if you think you can go around and take people's kids because you want to, even if they had a drug problem before, if you think you could take them because you don't trust them or you don't want to, and I don't see that in the Constitution, your whole statutory system is unconstitutional. I'll show you the judges say it. Now, what's getting ready to happen, though, is this is about to accelerate, and a lot of this is going to come to a head really fast. So it's better if you guys do ask individually, ask people to show by the law. Now, don't allow attorney generals, because remember, attorney generals were taught in law school. I'll also forward you a scholarly journal where it tells how they purposely lied to the attorneys to make them believe that common law and policy is the same thing rather than it being protection of rights. I'll get you that book, or I'll send Chris the money. Chris can buy it and he'll give it to you. Or Chris can print it or whatever and give it to you, however it has to be. And I guarantee you, when you read in this book, and I'll get you the pages, and it tells you, in order to get rid of the common law of the people, we wanted to get rid of it. We just lied to the attorneys and told them common law is the same thing as policy. So government legislators think that you have the right to write policy over people's rights. And that's what you swear not to do in the state constitution. So seeing these bad actors plot on y'all, I think would be good because it's dirty. And I think we as the people owe it to y'all, for one, because we didn't study the law when we should have. We should have studied the law and looked into it just because we know where to know the law, even way back. So we have some wrong in this too. Like a lot of us, played sports, did whatever we did, and we weren't focused on what the law is of the nation. I admit that I was wrong for not doing it. I felt like I should have done it a long time ago and I didn't. So I repent for that. I was wrong. So after I get to see the truth, I definitely think it's really important to get the good government officials and the bad, the truth, so they can see and be what they are better. So we got good guys like you, Leah, Nikki, Kelly. I believe that we need to do the same thing for you that you would do for us, and we should care about what happens with you. So, we'll get it to you, dear sir. All right, so we got, go ahead. Were you about to say something else?
No, I just want to say thanks. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We'll get on it right away. Let's see. Violet, did you want to talk yet? Or are you just doing work and you just got yourself with the phone still on? All right, Jared or Clint, did you guys want to end us out? Anybody got anything else to say?
No, I think you covered a lot of ground here today. I think this is definitely share worthy, and I'm probably going to try to save this. This is enough information that if you could share this with people, everything that we're suffering from currently is just the lack of the knowledge in the law, and people will fight you if they know it wrong. Obviously, in some cases, but hey, Jason, I would just love to be a fly on the wall when you start talking to some of the attorneys there in your state, because what happens a lot of times is we tell our servants in the legislature, Senate, or Assembly here in Wisconsin what's going on and what's happening with courts not of record, and just due process not being used. Sometimes their eyes just glaze over because they've never heard this before. And I'm talking, some of these guys are older than me and have been in the industry. Let's call it the industry, in government for 20 years, and they've never heard anybody say this before. So basically, what happens is they grab their attorney. I got lucky one time. They grabbed their attorney and said, "Here's my attorney. Talk to this guy." So what happens is we have a long conversation. And the attorney, and this guy was a blessed. I think he was a spiritual man. So everything that I said, he didn't fight. He brought it. He took it to heart. He understood it, and I backed it up with some Bible verses. So he understood, and he was just in shock of what Dave just explained for 3 hours. And this happens. I'm sure Jaron has the exact same experience, but it's almost like peeling back layers, decades of bad knowledge, and they don't know how to handle it when the good ones hear it. Now, the bad ones are going to write you off and call you a sovereign citizen, whatever. But the problem is what happens is a lot of times is a representative will get to hear it, and then they'll go back to check what you just tried to say to them, to their attorney, either on their staff or at their counsel, alleged counsel, or whatever in the state, and it'll get written off, and they'll call us sov citizens or whatever pejorative you want to call it, and it gets killed immediately. So that's why the notices go a long way, because it's in writing. You don't have to remember anything, obviously. And nobody's there to push back on the bad knowledge of the attorney. It's just a legislator coming up and saying, "Hey, I heard this. What do you think?" That's stupid. And they just write it off, and it's never talked about again. So to be there in the room knowing what you know, man, that's gold. That's just gold, because that's when you can see the cogs and the wheels and everything turning in their mind, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is true. And that's how things start to change. But it's that ping pong. So a legislator gets told the law, they go back to check it with their attorney. Attorney tells them that they're wrong. They're going to listen to the authority and the guy that's next to them, at 8 hours of the day, versus one of the people who just learned something from Dave. So it's frustrating, but man, do what you can and do it in private and first. But I would definitely skip to the written version quickly. Otherwise it can be lost, and there's no proof that you had that conversation. So always ask them to rebut you in writing, and that'll go a long way.
Yeah, what I wanted to do is piggyback up on that was Jesus teaches Matthew chapter 15, verse 1-3. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, "Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread." So the scribes from Jerusalem, the capital, the politically connected, the governmentally influential, had their traditions, and they were very meticulous, and they were also advancing, forward-leaning in the policing of it. So here you have a policy, and these people from the capital, these religiously, politically connected people, are forward-leaning in the application. And they say, "Why do your disciples not wash their hands?" But he answered and said unto them, "Why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition?" This is Matthew chapter 15, verse 3. I think this is one of my favorite Jesus questions, because it answers the presumption with the law, which is exactly what we're supposed to do in law. Everybody in law, there's a maxim that says everything is presumed to be done lawfully until it's rebutted or demonstrated otherwise. So when the government does anything, literally anything, the presumption is that that is done lawfully. At a fundamental level, we have to know the law, have to know our rights, and we have to understand that what people are doing might not be lawful. So when we point to what the law says, that is how you rebut bad presumption, policy, case law, coleslaw, regulations, codes, statutes. This is why when Dave teaches, he's always pointing back to the it is written, this is fundamental, this is your state constitutions. And it's powerful because there's no argument. Now, I will say that these scribes and Pharisees were also the ones that went on to go kill Jesus. So they had an incentive to not do what the law said. And we have to understand that at a very quick level, I believe, before the brain can actually articulate it, before the brain can actually reason through and understand what exactly is happening, as soon as Dave or me or any of his students or anybody else, as soon as we say, this is written, that is, you have to understand psychologically at the fundamental level, you are directly controverting their authority. I mean, that is exactly what is happening. And so just like anything else, there's pride, there's greed, there's selfishness. There's also a hiding of what you've been doing wrong. So if you know that you've been doing wrong and someone says what the Constitution says, and you don't know what the Constitution says, and you hate that because it shows that you're wrong, you will dig in your heels and stiffen your neck so far, which is ultimately where I believe that this is a work of evangelism, in the sense that the people who love Jesus get to say, here's what Christ's wisdom is for government. You realize the whole history of government from 1 Samuel chapter 8 until the American Revolution was that there's one man or a body of people in government over and in charge of everybody else. The American Revolution was the first time since 1 Samuel chapter 8 when the Jews were asking God for a king and he gave them Saul. The very first time since then, you now no longer have a governing body of people over everybody else. That is profound. That is, I mean, if you can get one idea, that's the idea. Our founders knew it. They read the Bible. They knew they had Christ's wisdom because they believed what the Bible said. And so when we say what the Constitutions say, you are directly controverting the ways of the world, the wisdoms of the world, the ways that the world thinks. They've got money on this. They've got power. They have literally every incentive to disagree with you. And that's why whenever you say it, either on these spaces or the written word, you study to show yourself approved. You use precision, and you never say what isn't true. You never say what you can't prove, and you go directly at them without pulling any punches. Because, you know, Jesus teaches in John chapter 8 and verse 32, and you will know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. That doesn't mean that people aren't going to attack you for it. They're not going to try to bully you. They're not going to try to make you look like you're a crazy guy, which is what the people we've been talking about doing today have done. Like, these people hate the truth. And so, you know, as Dave teaches, you know, I can't soften the man's heart. The parable of the sower is that you sow the seed, you throw the seed. I don't individually meticulously plant the seed, I sow it. I'm throwing it out there, and it's going to land on soil. Now, when we deal with our business and government's coming after us, you deliberately go to the one who's going after you, put a name on it, and give broad diffusion, because therein lies the remedy. Because everybody who touches your instruments, whenever you're claiming your rights and you're telling them what the state constitutions are, every single person who touches that received that, they are now obligated to do something in that matter. And so the more people you send it to, the more people will be like, oh, I don't want to touch that guy. Like, I don't want to mess with this. And so they will probably be like, I'm not going to do nothing, which in and of itself is, you know, there's there's remedy there, because you can also say, listen, all these guys know and they haven't said anything, which means they all agree. And the last thing I'll say, this requires courage to stand on truth. Most people won't do it. Most people will probably have heard these spaces, either watch Dave's content, my content, or Chris or Clint or any of these other guys that put out content. And they're like, okay, yeah, that's good. But then they don't do anything. And that's what's heavy on my heart these days, is like, be doers of the word and not just hearers of the word. Because if you can get on these spaces and you, like Dave,
Did we
talking
just
about the
lose Jaron,
Constitution as
guys?
I do. No, I'm
Okay,
here.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If you're not being a doer of the word, then it's as though you don't know it, because if you're not taking the truth to your government servants and telling them what the law is, that truth, that remedy doesn't do anything. So you have to take it and move forward, and don't take crap from anybody, because they're going to try to insult you. They're going to try to lie. They're going to try to construe who you are and what you do is wrong. And this is where you just have to say, no, this is what the Constitution says. And you have to trust that, because that's true, it will stand.
Cool. Good stuff, Jaron and Clint. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get ready to end this space. We got another one at 5:15. Had a good time with you guys talking about the people's power, real law, the true stuff, the stuff that actually wins. God has opened up some mighty doors, guys, and some good things are happening. And the people are taking their power back. The Supreme Court surely understands. The federal legislature, many of them understand. And we're getting ready to see some good things happening in our nation, and we're going to be restored back to the way of the law, period. Now, a lot of people are caught up on what they see at the time, but guys, when I moved Karen Fan to get the audit, I told people what I was going to do ahead of time. I showed people that we would get an audit on November 4th or 5th, 2 days after, a day or two after the election was done. I was already telling people how we were going to get the audit, what we were going to use, how we were going to use affidavits, and we did it, right? A lot of people can claim what's not possible. I told a lot of you guys that when they went against your businesses, shut down your gyms and restaurants and all that stuff, I told you guys, hey guys, if you want me to, I'll go after the bad actors and we'll open your stuff right back up and say, kick rocks, right? They had guns and all this stuff. Guys, we still opened up around the country, saved gyms in California, saved gyms in New York, saved businesses in New York, saved restaurants, saved entities in Arizona, Idaho, all these, other states on Indian tribal land. And at the same time, people were telling me what's not possible, right? So some will say, well, Dave, prove that you won in court only. Right. And I do have some court cases that I've won, and I can show documents for some. I don't chase people down for their court documents when I see they got the victory and got their kid returned, or got, like Nick D, when he shows his $16,500 in checks from the company that wouldn't hire him, that he never worked for, that we never used the court to go after. We only used the law. When we have the lady who learned of my work through him, who got $75,000 for them firing her. She did use an attorney, but she used our process to set everything up, used the attorney to collect. That doesn't get a judge's signature saying you won this $16,500 when you don't have to go to court. So it's kind of stupid. When I saved all the businesses, like if you go to Mountainside Fitness and ask them who stopped the government from coming after them in Arizona, one of the biggest gym chains, they'll tell you Josh Barnett and some black dude. They might not even remember my name. But I'll tell you, no court order says Dave Jose stopped them from coming on the news and the police from attacking them. You just see the police stop attacking them and them open up in the middle of COVID with no demand to wear a mask, right? When you look at Diesel Muscle Gym, when you look at the restaurants we opened up around the country, you don't see them getting attacked by police anymore. As a matter of fact, the one guy in Jersey who got arrested after I turned him into a PMA, the dude went on Tucker and said, I'm going to go kick the door down. Kick the door down, and they wouldn't arrest that dude no more. So Let's not get it twisted. Ain't no judge gonna say, "Oh yeah, I got a notice and some law teaching from some dude through through the mail, and now I'm not gonna arrest this dude anymore." They just back the freak off and don't.
You cut out there, Dave. You're cutting out.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, so what I would say is there's not a politician in America that can show that they saved.
You cut out again. Just right when you're going to say something.
I'm going to say it again.
All right, now you're good. Go ahead.
There's not a politician in America that can show you they saved more businesses who were getting attacked by government with guns during COVID than we did, period. So if you can take my hundreds of businesses and thousands of jobs saved and say that's not a win, then okay, I would like to see your equivalent, right? As a government official who should understand jurisdiction. But with that being said, guys, I love the heck out of y'all. Y'all stay out of trouble. Y'all be cool. This space is yours. If you like it, please share it. If you hate this junk, just say that dude Dave is whack. I hate this junk. But either way, let us know what you think. This space is yours. We're going to go ahead and let y'all go. I might start eating some food for the day now. So we can be ready for our 5:15 space, 5:15 Arizona time. That's 4 hours and 15 minutes from now, 14 minutes from now. So if you're down to come if you want to. But guys, share the word out. Let's get the truth out. We dropped a lot of information and facts. We showed some undercover behind the scenes stuff in this space. I got a lot more where that came from. But this space is yours. Yeah, I love y'all. Y'all stay out of trouble. If you are struggling and fighting, don't give up. Be courageous. God made you for a time such as this, even if life has been hard before. Even if you struggled before, even if certain things in your life failed before and sucked, I'm going to tell you, sometimes God will let you fail at something a little bit because he's going to use it later to make you great. So he might not have wanted you in the field that you were in. He might not have wanted you where you were, but I promise all things come together for good for those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. He going to make a bad mama jamma out of you. He's going to make you strong, mighty, and powerful if you let him. He's going to give you wisdom that you could have never got yourself. He's going to lift you up and bless you if you will allow him. I promise you, all the stuff that you suffered in life, all the mistakes, all the hard times, all the heartache, when people in your family laughed at you, when your friends laughed at you, when people thought you couldn't make it, don't live in that. Grow out of that and realize that you are powerful, you are mighty, you can do amazing things. And we'll probably read about you in the history books if you keep pushing and making things happen. We thank you for coming. Share the message if you want to. We love y'all. Peace.